the Phillies and the Marlins. As we get rolling here, here come the Phillies. Impressive at 49-38. They've won 10 of their last 11, 6 in a row. Jimmy Rollins leads it off. Shane Victorino, the All-Star. Chase Utley. Ryan Howard set some history last night with his 200th. Ibanez, what can you say about the kid from Sunset High School at 2 homers last night? Jason Worth, an All-Star. Pedro Feliz, solid at third. Carlos Ruiz, a very good defensive catcher. And Cole Hamels, a World Series hero, is on the mound. Ricky Nolasco facing the Phillies for the first time this year.
Hopefully we'll forget about the last start he had in Arizona. It was a little bit of a hiccup since he's been back from the minors, giving up 7 earned runs against the Diamondbacks. Month of May, though, month of June was absolutely outstanding for Ricky. A 1.91 ERA, was 3-1 on the month.
Yeah, and still Nolasco, since coming up from the minors, an ERA of 2.68. Defensively, a few wrinkles in Freddie's lineup.
Yeah, I put a few wrinkles in it. We got Coughlin, Ross, and Carroll out in the outfield. Infield's kind of different tonight. Gonzalez, Ramirez, Bonifacio playing for Dan Uggla tonight. Cantu at first. The battery of Ricky Nolasco and Raleigh Paulino.
All right, ready to go. Mikasuki brings you our weather. Come play our way. It's 90 degrees tonight, folks. Not all that humid. But we're ready to roll. The Marlins and the Phillies in game 2.
Warm but not sticky.
That's right. You don't want warm and sticky. Jimmy Rollins, who was 1 for 5 last night with Victorino and Utley, a star-studded Phillies lineup. Rollins, who has scuffled this year. He has not lived up to previous seasons, but still certainly a dangerous hitter and a guy that is hitting Nolasco in his past as Ricky misses outside with his first pitch. 16 starts against the Phillies for Nolasco, and Rollins has seen him plenty. Jimmy with 2 homers, and he smacks that one by Bonifacio into the gap. Ross cuts it off. Rollins isn't stopping, and he's got himself a double. Bonifacio is a natural second baseman, but it looked like for a moment he froze on that one hopper.
This is a tough play right here. Line shot. You're trying basically to guess where that ball is going to skip up to. Not a whole lot of time to get your body in front of that, knock it down, but doesn't get any leather on it.
Yeah, did not get a piece, and with the speed of Rollins and the speed of the outfield grass, that's a double, and the Phillies are in business. Here is Victorino. Shane Victorino 1 for 3 last night. He was a hero here in this ballpark in the first series. Shortens the bunt and takes outside. He had the grand slam in the Matt Lindstrom meltdown in game 1 of the 3-game sweep that the Phillies had back in April.
Which we should have come out on top 2 or 3 of those games, which kind of makes this race a little different right there.
Yeah, the Marlins had 2 ninth-inning leads go up in smoke. Nolasco's 1-0. Victorino takes a knee-high strike. This was a big shot in the arm for the Phillies. The Marlins had the lead, lost it, and the Phillies would go on to win that ball game 7-3.
Victorino's come a long way as a player. When I was there in 2006 with the Phillies, he was considered more of like a little backup, maybe a specialist type player.
Pulls it to the right side, and that's going to move Rollins up. And Victorino moves Rollins to third. It's one thing the Phillies do very well, even though they've got stars throughout their lineup. They execute and they do the little things.
That's what it takes. And you see this ball's in the outside half of the plate right there. He actually comes around it, does his job, gets hits the ball hard to the right side, moves Rollins over with less than 2 outs. You got a couple pretty good guys coming up here to get that run in.
Chase Utley, of all the Phillies, has hit Nolasco the best, and he'll step in. The Marlins infield is going to play back, and so anything on the ground that Utley puts out there that gets by the pitcher is going to score a run.
Early in the game, you see oftentimes the manager will play the infield back, kind of conceding that run on a ground ball. simply for the fact that if you've got the infield in and something that's not hit very hard can get through and maybe create a big inning in the first inning. I think they'd rather take an out right now and give up the run and have 2 outs with nobody on base.
Utley with his 61 RBIs. That's impressive. He's third on the Phillies. You've got Howard at 68, Ibanez at 63. Right behind Utley is Worth at 56. My Lord, there's no breather in the lineup. No wonder they've scored more runs than anybody in the National League, hit more home runs than anybody in the National League.
Five representatives at the All-Star game.
And none of them pitchers.
And none of them pitchers, all position players. That's quite a feat in and of itself. Goes to show you what kind of offensive prowess this team has this year.
Well, Nolasco has gone 3-0 on Utley with the Ryan Howard on deck.
I think it'd be a scary thought to think of what this team would be doing.
Utley goes after a 3-0 pitch and drills it deep right field and gone. And the Phillies pick up where they left off last night, a 2-run homer. That would be number 21 for Utley. And here comes Howard.
Takes a lot of discipline to hit 3-0. Everyone would think, oh, it's such an easy count to hit. You know, you've got 3-0, but a lot of guys view that count as if I don't hit the ball out or get a hit, I failed. So I was one of those guys. I didn't swing 3-0.
Howard takes outside.
Chase Utley, though, take advantage of the situation. If you can stay within yourself, you're going to get a pretty grooved fastball, usually 3-0.
Velasco spins one up there for a strike. The Howard shift has got Andy Gonzalez on the first base side. Hanley stays at short. Bonifacio's out in shallow right. And if you've just joined us, the Marlins lineup has a couple different wrinkles for a couple different reasons. Number one, Wes Helms is ill, and he was ill last night. He would have started last night against Moyer. He might be available to pinch hit. Number two, Dan Uggla, who struggled last night against Jamie Moyer, has struggled mightily against Cole Hamels. And so Uggla is not in the lineup for that reason. So you got Bonifacio at second, Gonzalez where Helms would be.
Cody Ross has got a little touch of what Wes Helms had also, so he's out there playing not feeling 100%.
Yeah, there was some question as to whether Ross would be able to make the start. 3-2, Bonifacio makes the play, and there's 2 outs.
You've seen that shift kind of evolve a little bit. I know most teams used to shift the entire infield over where Gonzalez is playing now. Used to be the shortstop. The third baseman would kind of move to the shortstop position. Now, instead of taking 2 players out of position, they take 1 out of position, put the third baseman over where the second baseman would play.
Yeah, some teams are, you've seen it with some teams. The Marlins were one of the first to do that with Jorge Cantu because he was a natural second baseman. And it works with Bonifacio when he's at third as well. And Martinez, or Gonzalez rather, has played all over the infield. He's pretty versatile. Ibanez having an outstanding season. And Raul pulls one foul. I don't think, and a lot of people in the first 2 months looked at Ibanez's numbers and raised some red flags. But we talked about it last night. You go from hitting in spacious Safeco Field, and Ibanez is a guy that sprays the ball to left center, can pull it to right center. And then you drop him in Citizens Bank Park, And you put him in this lineup. You put him hitting behind Ryan Howard in front of Jason Worth with Victorino and Utley on base.
He's never had a lineup like this to hit, especially in Seattle. You put him in the mix with all those guys in there, and he's just flourishing, taking advantage of it.
Paulino hops out and throws him out, but the Phillies strike again. Last night it was Howard and Ibanez. Tonight it's Utley, and it's 2-0.
Fútbol en español está disponible vía SAP y es presentado por Taco Bell.
Marlins lineup looks this way. Chris Coghlan will lead it off. He's in left field. Emilio Bonifacio is at second with Ugla out. Hanley Ramirez at short. Jorge Cantu hits cleanup. Cody Ross is in center. Ronnie Paulino will do the catching. Brett Carroll in right. Andy Gonzalez hits eighth. And the first pitch from Cole Hamels is a strike to Chris Coghlan. Coghlan got the night off against Moyer last night, but he's in there tonight against this 25-year-old out of San Diego. And a breaking ball in the dirt. Cole Hamels last year 14-10, but an ERA 3.09.
It's a little puzzling. You look at those numbers still. Look at the walks. 18 walks on the season, which is ranks in the top 3 or 4 in the National League as far as Ks to, or base on balls to 9 innings pitched. That goes to show me that he's missing his pitches in the strike zone, where I think last year he lived more on the corners. This year he's missing more over the white part of the plate, and thus giving up 298 average.
Last night you were talking about Hamels, and you talked about just the change in routine for him because of the postseason. Coghlan smokes one foul. You win the World Championship. You're the MVP of not only the World Series, but also the NLCS. You have commitments and all of that. But his workload was enormous last year. In the regular season, he pitched 227 innings, and then 35 innings in the postseason. So all of a sudden, that's a huge jump in innings pitched for a young guy.
And a young arm, like you said, that rookie year was only 2006. So you got to believe not only physically but mentally he had to be a little worn out by the end of that season, and you wonder if that's carried over into this season.
3-2. Coghlan drives it right field. That one's deep. That one's gone. And the lead is cut in half.
Changeup from Cole Hamels.
Whatever it was, Coghlan was on it.
And I tell you what, if it was a changeup, the way it was a changeup, elevated. The prior pitch that Coghlan hit in the Marlins bullpen was a fastball. To be able to stay on that changeup like that is really good hitting.
Here's Bonifacio. There's the fastball from Hamels. Bonifacio was 0 for 4 last night. All 4 were ground ball outs.
Hamels known to have one of the better changeups of any starting pitcher, especially lefties in the National League.
Something he's really refined in his big league career, albeit a short one, because when he came up, fastball in a loopy breaking ball.
Changeup became his out pitch, and huge reason for his success. You know, he doesn't overpower you with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. He's low 90s, which is pretty respectable.
Howard snags it. All right, the Phillies are the best defensive team in the National League. Mr. Conine, please introduce them.
And that's a big reason for their success. Ibanez, Victorino, and Worth, former catcher out in right field. Feliz, one of the better third basemen, underrated, I think. Rollins, fewest errors in baseball at shortstop. Utley, Howard, Hamels, and Ruiz, very good defensive catcher behind the plate.
Raul Ibanez did some catching as well.
He did
in his career. So here's Hanley.
That was the 124th home run given up by Phillies pitchers. Leads all of Major League Baseball.
They've hit him and they've given him up. Hanley goes after the first pitch, and it's 0-1. Hanley still leading the National League in hitting at 346. He is second in hits to Miguel Tejada. 26 doubles to go with those 14 homers. And he, like everybody but Jorge Cantu, had an 0-for last night. The Phillies, it was a combined one-hitter. The last time the Phillies had a combined one-hitter, you have to go all the way back to 1986 in Montreal. Marvin Freeman went the first 6, and Kent Tekulve went 3 no-hit innings to get the save, and Hanley goes down swinging.
See Hamels humping up on an inside fastball here. His fastball really is pretty straight. Doesn't have a whole lot of movement. Puts it right on the corner there. That's a tough pitch to hit after seeing outside pitches that whole at bat.
Here's Cantu now settling in against Hamels. There's the changeup, and it's 0-1. Cantu has faced Hamels 13 times and has just 3 hits against him. But all 3 hits are home runs.
I wouldn't mind that if you got to have only 3.
0-1. He flips it foul, first base side. Cantu's base hit came last night in the 5th inning. It broke up the perfect game by Jamie Moyer. Coming. You know, the Marlins lineup, because of the illness to Helms and because Freddie did not want Dan Uggla in there tonight with the struggles he's had against Hamels, a little bit of a makeover in that Cody Ross slides up to the 5th spot.
Cody Ross, you know, if you look at numbers on this team, not a bad 5-place hitter. He's shown some good power. He's got a decent average. He has driven in some runs.
One and 2 to Cantu. That misses in. Mark Wegner, by the way, is the home plate umpire with Jeff Kellogg, Scott Berry, and Rob Drake.
Hamels doing the classic lefty sequence here. Change up away, fastball away, fastball away. Try to come in hard with a fastball.
Chopper in the hole and in the left.
I don't know Feliz didn't see that ball off the bat. It looked like it really fooled him. He didn't budge.
I was surprised that Feliz did not make that play.
He did not move at all, and he knows it. I wonder if he thought it might have hit off his foot at the beginning and was a dead ball.
So Ross comes up. And he stands in with his 52 RBIs. Impressively, 26 doubles. Change up with the letters.
Cody really had the only opportunity to do any damage last night against Jamie Moyer. With a 2-0 count and 2 men on. That was our only hint of scoring last night. Got him to pop up.
Ross pops that one up. And a shallow right. Worth approaches and makes the catch. But the Marlins get one of them back on a Chris Coughlin homer. 2-1. A long ball. Utley a 2-run shot. Coughlin a solo shot. Our Geico quote of the night from Chris Volstead has to do with the long ball. 20 homers and 19 starts. I feel like every time I leave one up, it just gets over the fence. I like to have one hit off the top of the fence every once in a while.
Welcome to the big leagues.
Here's Worth. And he takes down low. Jason Worth, Pedro Feliz, and Carlos Ruiz. Worth, one of those nights where he's just glad his team won last night, because he was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
We call that the platinum sombrero. A hat trick would be 3 strikeouts.
Right. And 5 strikeouts.
Oh, that we go from gold to platinum. The platinum sombrero.
So platinum is 5?
5, yes.
All right. Well, he struck out 4 times. So
Golden.
He gets
it's
the
just
golden.
gold, yeah.
It's like levels of frequent flyer status.
Exactly.
Less waiting on deck. Here's the 2-1. Ricky thought he had the corner.
Just nibbling off that outside corner right there. Pretty much same location on all 3 pitches.
Worth goes after it, and it's 3-2. Is there a term for 6 strikeouts, or is that just?
That's the unthinkable.
Yeah, it is.
We'd have to come up with like plutonium or something. Maybe a different kind of headwear also.
Yes. No, you wouldn't find yourself back in the lineup the next night.
No, you wouldn't want to be in the lineup the next day.
Struck him out. So Nolasco didn't get the calls on the corner, but a backup slider that almost looked up.
Jason Worth definitely thought it was up. He's having a pretty bad night with the umpires. I think last night, you see that pitch staying up. That's
a strike.
Ooh.
I mean, as the letter of the law or the strike zone, that's under the letters. It just looked bad. I mean, it was a backup slider, and Paulino had to move a little bit.
But the letter of the law isn't followed very often. When you look at a side view like that, it looked like it was a little bit up.
So you just can't get away from being a hitter, can you?
I can't.
I mean,
I don't want that called on me, and I feel bad for Jason Worth right now.
You want that small strike zone. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball. Gonzalez.
Yeah!
And the Marlins get 2 outs here in the second. You can let the Marlins pay your mortgage or rent the Marlins mortgage payout during each Marlins Super Saturday. One fan will be awarded with a check for up to $2,500 towards the mortgage or the rent. It's free. It takes only a minute to enter. So visit marlins.com today. Here is Carlos Ruiz. Somewhere there's a happy medium, Mr. Conine, between hitters and pitchers. There's got to be a common ground.
I don't know if there ever will be a common ground. It's like cats and dogs, Bruins and Trojans, you know, those things that just are natural rivalries. You'll never be able to bridge that gap. We like to call it the shoebox strike zone.
Yeah, well, the shoebox strike zone is one that pitching coaches and any pitcher in the big leagues will tell you makes for long nights at the ballpark. Bonifacio. It's a nice recovery by Ricky. A 1-2-3 second. In any form, counts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Florida Marlins. Rich Waltz along with Jeff Conine, Frank Fort. Christmas in July is the promotion tonight. Thus the Santa headgear. Ronnie Paulino coming to the plate. Brett Carroll. Andy Gonzalez coming up.
Santa threw out the first pitch tonight.
Santa did, and as we expected, he had more of a summer outfit than.
Might have had a little Tommy Bahama on over the.
I think so.
The Christmas getup.
Had an elf with him.
Very
authentic.
Authentic elf.
Here's Paulino, who jumps on that pitch and rips it into center field. And the Marlins have their 3rd hit against Hamels.
A Aggressive first pitch right here. Gets a pitch over the middle of the plate. Snaps an 0 for 14 streak.
This is the area of the Marlins lineup that I think is going to be a key tonight against Hamels, because with Ugla sitting out and with Helms ill, you're depending on Carroll and Gonzalez and Paulino to generate some offense.
Well, Carroll's been, I think, the Marlins are pleasantly surprised with his performance so far this year. He struggled in the first month, got sent down to AAA, worked on some stuff, got him back up here, and since then he's been swinging the bat very well.
Freddie Gonzalez's decision tonight in the lineup was not to give Dan Ugla a night off. It was because of his struggles last night against Moyer and his career numbers against Hamels. Ugla just 3 for 23 against Hamels. And so Freddie didn't want to see that tonight. And thus you've got Gonzalez at third, Bonifacio at second, with Wes Helms sick.
And Jeremy Ramirez had his struggles at the plate against left-handed pitching this year.
And I think there were a lot of people that wondered why Helms wasn't in the lineup last night, because remember, he had homered the last time he faced Moyer. He was sick last night as well. 1-2. Busted him in, and Carroll goes after the fastball and strikes out. So 2 punch outs for Hamels. Boy, what a postseason run it was for Hamels last year as Gonzalez steps in.
Talk about storybook in just your third year in the big leagues, going to the playoffs. One of the most playoff-starved cities in America.
That's right, only the second World Championship in the Phillies' history.
First since 1980, is that right?
Yes, and the only other one since 1980. Hamels was the MVP in the World Series. To me, his most impressive effort was in the League Championship Series against the Dodgers. He won Game 1 in Philadelphia and then clinched a trip to the World Series by starting and winning Game 5 in Los Angeles.
As a rookie, when I played with him in 2006, you know, the one thing you notice about a guy like Cole Hamels, very common with Josh Johnson, is not only their stuff, but the way they handle themselves on the mound and off the mound, how they go about their business. You could tell he was going to be a professional about what he did. And, you know, his postseason performance last year, you could really tell that this is the type of pitcher he was going to turn out to be.
And he punches out Andy Gonzalez.
Wow, sure didn't look like he went around on that.
It's going to bring up Nolasco.
They called this on the swing. Pitch is definitely off the plate. Okay.
That's, as we said last night, with a, I don't know if it was Worth or it was another right-handed Philly batter. Sometimes that's a strike, sometimes it's not. But of course, you being a card-carrying member of the Hitters Union.
I want him to check that.
What is that? Hitter.
He's looking at the pitch. How can he see my bat go 1 inch past the strike zone? That's what that guy down there at first base is for. Help me out here.
A changeup to a pitcher. Now, there used to be a rule where you didn't do that to the opposing pitcher. But Nolasco has a home run in his career. And when you got a guy on base, all bets are off.
Indeed, as you see right there. Not a great swing.
Hamels dusts off Nolasco and is punched out 4. His first time through. 2-1 Phillies. 2-1, Phillies on top. Fresh off his appearance of the Late Show with David Letterman, batting stance guy will join our coverage of Marlins baseball for the second half of the season. We begin a new feature called Guess the Stance. Cue the batting stance guy. There he is. There he is, batting stance guy. Niner, a little help. This guy I think may have been a teammate of yours.
I don't know, since I'm a card-carrying member, should I divulge the answers to these, or should we let the folks at home try to guess them?
That's half the fun. Give the fans at home 10 seconds.
That would be
a hint. Give them a hint.
Left-handed hitter, obviously.
Southern California kid.
Southern California kid, and played somewhere in the Midwest. How's that?
Hamels. Two substances he's famous for: pine tar and Preparation H.
That's just wrong.
I know. He's a good guy too.
He is a good guy.
George Brett.
One of my favorite teammates of all time. Not only because he's a Hall of Fame guy, but just the way he went about his business on the field was the reason he's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, the guy was a consummate professional.
George Brett, a Hall of Fame career. He had an older brother, the late Ken Brett, Kemmer, who I had the pleasure to work with and work for. They own minor league hockey and minor league baseball teams up in Spokane, Washington. Bobby Brett, John Brett, the other brothers. Bobby is kind of the guy that has run those teams up there. Jimmy Rollins is up. So batting stance guy brings us George Brett to begin things. And Ricky Nolasco gets 2 quick outs here in the third. Looks like the quick outs crew now has official shirts and official blue duct tape.
Wow. Very professional with the quick outs.
Very official.
You know, it took me probably a third of the season before I even knew why the cues were up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's Victorino. 3 pitches or less gets you a quick out. I've seen it in a couple different ballparks in baseball.
Is this an official stat they're keeping now, or just the fans?
I think it's fans looking for something fun to do. How about a 5-pitch inning?
That's fun.
Hang up another cue.
big weekend series here with the Phillies. Big weekend period for the Florida Marlins. Tomorrow, the groundbreaking, the official groundbreaking of the new stadium down at the former Orange Bowl site. We got the hard hat. We got our countdown clock working. You can see it on your screen. We'll be updating that throughout the night and giving you a little peek as to the time left before groundbreaking actually occurs. 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 to noon. That is the site. You can see the grass right there in the middle. That is the grass of an infield, and that is where the infield will be when the stadium is constructed. That won't be the actual infield. They've got to tear that up and pour some concrete there. But for the ceremony tomorrow, they do have an infield with bases, and it's exactly at the spot where the infield will be when the stadium opens up in 2012. So the first 1,000 fans tomorrow will get a commemorative pin and also free ballpark food for the first 1,000 fans to join the Marlins and the dignitaries, including the Commissioner Bud Selig, for the official groundbreaking, guys.
Wow, Bud Selig will be there. That's good stuff. And I heard David Sampson earlier tonight say that any fan that shows up tomorrow will also get to take a turn with the shovel and actually move some dirt.
I think they're actually trying to save a little money, and they're going to excavate a little bit by putting these people to work.
Nice. Here's Coughlin. The 2-1 pitch. Coughlin on a 3-2 count, got a changeup, and he was sitting on it.
That's great hitting for a 3-2 count. You see that changeup right there by Hamels is 83 miles an hour, which is a little bit hard for a changeup. And since that time, he slowed it down a little bit. His change has been in the range of 79 to 81 miles an hour, which is a better differential for a pitcher.
Explain that as a hitter. Why does differential in speed matter?
Well, if I'm looking at a 91 mile an hour fastball and he throws me an 83, 84 mile an hour changeup, I can adjust more easily to that than I can a 10 mile an hour difference. I really have to slow my hands down and keep them back in order to hit that pitch.
Let's see what he gets. 2-2.
He is really busting them in right here on this at bat.
All right, so we're back to 3-2. Odds are he doesn't get the changeup, right?
I would say no. I'd say a fastball away. He's been pounding them in the whole at bat.
Let's see what he gets. He moves away, and he got the fastball away. And at 94, that's as hard as Hamels has thrown tonight. Last night it was Jamie Moyer and Chris Volstad. Tonight, Nolasco and Hamels. Tomorrow night, JJ and Joe Blanton. That's out. Hamels froze like he thought it was strike 3. But a leadoff walk. Super Saturday is tomorrow. The postgame concert, Hansel y Raul. And the first 15,000 fans receive the Guido, courtesy of AT&T, 1877 Marlins. It is a Puerto Rican percussion instrument. We had one in the booth last night. Jeff Conine took such a liking to it, he took it home. And you being the one of the most musically gifted former Marlins, appearing on the Oh Say Can You Sing CD that baseball put out 3 years ago. Though you were not salsa or Latin, you were more into the, what would you call it? Not quite grunge, but
it was grunge, I guess.
Was it grunge-ish?
Yeah, it was Stone Temple Pilots. You can call that the grunge era, along with Nirvana. And big fan, big fan.
Jimmy Rollins wrote a song, and a rap song.
It was actually a fun project.
There were some interesting performances on the CD. Ozzie Smith singing the Sam Cooke Gold Classic Cupid. Ozzie was pretty good.
He was pretty good. Aubrey Huff was probably my favorite singing a country song on that.
Yes. And I think the one that won the most awards.
Your personal favorite.
Omar Vizquel.
Oh, yes.
With the Goo Goo Dolls. Vizquel not only singing, but also playing the drums to Broadway is Dark Tonight. And if my producer will allow us, maybe we get a taste of your
Omar
performance.
Vizquel?
No, well, maybe that, but I want to hear you and the Stone Temple Pilots.
play it in fast forward, it sounds just like him.
Coughlin's at first, and he's running. Bonifacio chops it, and the Marlins move Coughlin up. Not sure if it was a hit and run or if Bonifacio was just trying to protect Coughlin.
I would say with that swing and the location of the pitch, this ball's way out and up. I'm thinking he's trying to get that ball just in play as a hit and run. Good thing he made contact with that ball. It didn't look like Chris got a great jump, and it was almost a pitch out. It was kind of out and away. Ruiz would have had a good pitch to throw on right there.
So here's Hanley. The Marlins have an opportunity here in the third.
Leading all of Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position.
You saw Ruiz set up inside. Yunel Escobar and David Eckstein. Eckstein has been hurt. Escobar had a big hit last night, another home run last night in the Braves win over the Mets. And Hanley pops this pitch up. Worth. Not what Hanley had in mind.
Number 3.
Now here comes Cantu.
Not household names up on that runners in scoring position batting average either. David Eckstein.
David Eckstein, the Florida Gator, a key part in 2 world champions.
And if you looked at him, you'd walk by him on the street 1,000 times and would not guess he was a Major League Baseball player, every single one of those.
I think the Padres have actually missed him since he's been down. Since he's been down, name that Padre has gotten a lot harder. A strike to Cantu. Cantu singled in the first. Coughlin's homer, the only run for the Fish. But they left a runner in the first, left a runner in the second, and have got one out in scoring position right now. I keep waiting for the guy in sandals and socks and shorts to walk out on the mound to talk to Hamels. If you've seen that commercial.
What a great commercial.
Little tapper. Rollins waits and delivers a strike in time to get Cantu. So we played 3. It's a 1-run Philly lead. Only Philly to steal second, third, and home in the same game. That's impressive. Stealing second, third, and home in the same game. So you got to think.
It's very impressive.
Well, Rollins. Utley stands in. Worth is a guy that could go on that list. Victorino. Go back in Philly history. Who were the great base stealers in your day from the Phillies?
In my day, Juan Samuel, former teammate of mine.
Did Bake McBride steal a few bases in Philly?
He did.
Second, third, and home in the same game.
How about Pete Rose?
That's a good call.
Played for Philly.
I wonder if he did it in the same sequence, like during the same at bat.
That would be impressive.
That would be impressive. I don't know that that's ever happened. You know, with one guy at the plate, you steal second, then you steal third, then you steal home.
And the catcher gets pulled out of the game like the hockey goalie.
Where did we see
pulled
that?
Out of net?
We saw that happen, and I want to say it was in Washington, where I believe it was Frank Robinson lifted his catcher. Utley pulls one foul. And I don't know if the catcher had a sore arm or was just having a bad night, but
like mid-inning, he pulled him.
Yes.
And, wow.
Chase Utley against Nolasco. We told you about the numbers. And Utley delivered the big blow in the first inning. 2-run shot. Chops it over the middle. Hanley races and gets it.
Previous pitch on the foul ball, he got him something that he could get extended on. Right there, goes right back in there and jams him. Good pitch.
And so it's Howard now. This is obviously the teeth of the Phillies order with Utley, Howard, and Ibanez. That's what's so devastating in this division about the acquisition of Ibanez. The Phillies already were an offensive juggernaut last year. You plop Ibanez right down in the middle of that lineup and replace Pat Burrell with him, and especially for a right-hander, it's a nightmare.
You'd be hard pressed to find a better 3-4-5 combination anywhere in baseball that can match what the Phillies are putting up there right now.
And if you want to go even further than that, the type of year that Victorino's having, go 2, 3, 4, 5.
And Jason Worth, let's go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another 20 home run guy behind him.
Yeah, with 56 RBIs. Here's the 0-1. That is a foul ball. And the count's now 0-2. Our Land Rover extraordinary performance. This home run by Ryan Howard, the 200th in his career. A legendary performance. And the fastest to get to 200 homers in terms of games played. Remember, he's 29. He played in college and then was in the minor leagues a while. And he finds a hole in the shift. So not fastest to 200 in terms of age, but in terms of games played, and by a bunch.
Wasn't even close. Pretty impressive names on that list. Kiner, Killebrew, Hall of Famers.
Albert Bell.
I played with Sir Albert.
Albert was a happy-go-lucky guy.
Very nonchalant, very congenial. Just
song in his heart.
Oh.
Warm, fuzzy.
Skipping a step.
Always good to visit Albert's house on Halloween. Counts 0-1.
That man could hit, though.
Yes,
I'll tell you that.
Yes,
he dominated the 1990s.
Ibanez takes outside. Here's another scary thought for you. We were talking about Ibanez and what he's done to the Phillies offense. Roy Halladay is out there. And the Phillies now are a team that are starting to rise up the list of teams that are willing to and have the ability to deal for him.
Yeah, I heard some pretty credible information today that said the Phillies are definitely in the running.
A broken bat, and Ibanez is aboard.
To get Roy Halladay, I mean, that totally changes the complexion of this starting pitching staff. This is an excellent piece of hitting right here by Raul Ibanez. I mean, we were talking about earlier how he hits to all fields. This pitch is off the plate and down, and he's able to get enough bat on it, get in the outfield. You know, a lot of guys would try to do a little bit too much with that, roll over it. He just takes what's given to him and throws it out there into left field for a base hit.
So Nolasco, who had settled down since the Utley home run, has given up a couple singles, and here is Worth. We got through the entire telecast last night, and we didn't even mention Pedro Martinez is here.
I saw him today on the field.
He's not ready for prime time yet. They have to ramp him up, so to speak. But they think he's about 3 weeks away from being able to join the rotation.
That'll be interesting, an interesting dynamic for him to come back into a rotation, being probably a 5-starter. But what he brings to a team and his knowledge and hopefully his experience that would help out a younger pitcher would be interesting. Where is that pitch?
There is Pedro showing everybody the circle change that has made him such a success, trying to teach it to Chan Ho Park.
Chan Ho's doing his best Pedro Feliz impersonation with the beard there.
Nolasco thought that 1-0 pitch was a strike. So he grooves a fastball, and it's 2-1.
And I will agree, it being a charter member of the Hitters Club, that should have been called a strike.
Wow, that's really saying something. There is Chan Ho Park sporting the Pedro Feliz look. Line drive into center field. That's a base hit. Ross over to get it. Howard round third, coming home, and the throw is cut. The Phillies stretch the lead. Jason Worth had struck out all 5 times he had come to the plate in this series, but he drives home a run.
You know, it's interesting when you look at these sequences, they've been pitching Jason Worth. Every single pitch just about has been away. And he makes a great adjustment right there and just serves it out just like Raul Ibanez did the opposite field. He does the same thing. Nice piece of hitting going the opposite field. But when you give a major league hitter time after time after time the same location, he's going to make an adjustment, especially a guy like Jason Worth that's having a good season like he is. You've got to change it up and bust him in every once in a while to change that look.
Mark Wiley out to talk to Ricky Nolasco. Boy, for Chris Volstad last night, 3 pitches, the 3 home runs. Nolasco, the 2-run homer by Utley. This has been a little different, though. The Phillies have kind of constructed this inning.
2 actually pretty good pitches. That was a good pitch there, the Ibanez pitch. I mean, you'd be lucky to get that hit 1 out of 20 times, and he was able to put a bat on it.
Now here is Feliz. And Ricky misses inside. The Phillies swept the Marlins in this ballpark in the first series, including tonight. 11 meetings left on the schedule between these 2 clubs. Marlins took 2 of 3 up in Philly. Feliz gets into one, hits it deep. Coughlin won't get it. It's off the wall. Ibanez scores. Worth approaching third. He'll stop there on a double. And it's 4-1. That's the hardest hit ball of the inning.
Really, you look at the location of the pitches that Nolasco's been throwing this inning. You can't complain that he's been elevating the ball or throwing them down the middle. These are actually good pitches that they're making good contact on.
Marlins are going to walk Ruiz and pitch to Hamels with the bases loaded. And Burke Badenhop is up. Taco Bell invites you to think outside the bunt. Niner, there is one out, and it's going to bring Hamels up, but it also means that if Hamels were to make an out by a strikeout or a fly ball or a pop-up, you'd have to face Rollins with the bags loaded as well.
Well, I'd take my chances with Rollins right now, the way he's been swinging the bat. He did hit a ball pretty good first time up. And the way he's been struggling, I don't mind him up with 2 outs. And we were talking about this lineup earlier, 2 through 6, how good it is. What if Jimmy Rollins returns to form, his MVP form from a couple years ago? What does that do to this lineup? Makes it even scarier.
So the Marlins actually would rather have Hamels hit a ground ball here than have Nolasco strike him out. There's a chance to get out of the inning. Rollins has been hot lately. Ruiz, as we noted last night, has been mired in almost a month-long slump. The infield's back for 2.
And then that brings up the question, do you try to go after Ruiz? Ricky's got some excellent strikeout pitches, curveballs, sliders. Maybe nibble a little bit, make him chase. Try to go for the strikeout. If not, then you walk him. That's fine.
Breaking ball strike, and it's 1-2. Phillies have 2 runs here in the 4th. And Nolasco teetering with Badenhop ready. Struck him out. All right, the first part of the equation is done. Now he has to get Rollins to make that intentional walk pay off.
Number 11, shortstop Jimmy Rollins.
Rollins is singled and bounced out. He's not hit the Marlins well this year, and that's a surprise. 3 for 27.
Yeah, in years past, Jimmy Rollins has done some damage against us, that's for sure.
But he's 20 for his last 46.
Ricky, even on the pitches he's missing with, are very close, or right there.
That one pulled into the seats. So it's 1-1. Rollins into center field. Ross is there, and he makes the catch. The gamble pays off. The intentional walk of Ruiz. Nolasco gets 2 outs, but the Phillies get 2 more runs. When you need a car, truck, or van, who you going to call? 1-877-MAROONY. By Checkers, Little Place, Big Taste. By Corona, official sponsor of the Timeout. And by Prestige Audi, just 2 minutes south of Aventura Mall. Call 1-866-7-MY-AUDI today. 4-1 now. The Phillies put a 2-spot up in the 4th. And the Marlins will try to solve Cole Hamels, Cody Ross, Ronnie Polino, and Brett Carroll. Hamels gave up the homer to Coughlin, and the Marlins have had base runners in every inning.
You know, they're really not staying true to their form about being aggressive. Cole Hamels has thrown some pretty hittable fastballs that a lot of guys have been taking.
Ross breaks his bat, bloops it to right, and gets a base hit. And maybe that's a start of something for Cody Ross and the Fish. 0 for 4 in the series before that, and as we told you, Ross is not feeling well. Wes Helms is sick, and he's been out of the lineup for 2 nights. And Ross was a question mark going into tonight's game as well.
I tell you, hits like that make you feel a little bit better, though, no matter what you've got.
Here's Paulino, who clubbed one to center. Paulino fouls it at the plate.
Hamels staying very true to his base on balls to innings pitch ratio. Only got 13 balls out of 51 pitches tonight.
That's a strike. It's 0-2. He is from San Diego. The translation of San Diego, it was named after San Diego, one of the Saints. According to Ron Burgundy, out into right, Worth makes the catch. Let's bring back the duck. I like your call, Niner. I think he wasn't a Philly long, but it sounds like something Pete Rose would do.
Do I know my baseball or what? Against the Reds, his former team.
Charlie Hustle, who was a Red. He was a Philly and was an Expo.
I believe got the hits record versus the Expos, correct?
I think he got the hits record.
I mean, as an Expo.
Yes, and I believe, and I can text him because he's probably having a cold margarita right now.
You're texting Pete Rose?
No.
Oh.
I'm going to text Tommy Hutton because Hutt was just breaking into broadcasting and was doing some color for the Expos, and I think interviewed Rose the night he broke the record.
There's a lot of I believes and I thinks in our statements there.
Yeah. We need some firm confirmations. Carroll misses outside. Tommy enjoying a West Coast vacation. We'll see him in San Diego.
Hamels throwing some really nasty changeups to Brett Carroll so far in his 2 at-bats. Sometimes you go up against a pitcher, especially like what he looks like against Cole Hamels right now. You're not catching up to the fastball. You're swinging over the changeup. It's almost better just to sit on one, and when you get it, don't miss it.
Carroll sends that one out to right. Worth parks himself under it. And so a leadoff single and then 2 quick outs, and it's Andy Gonzalez who's coming up. can't talk and text at the same time. I think there's a law against that. Gonzalez rolls one out towards Utley, flip to Rollins, and the Marlins leave another runner. They have left 4 on a night where they trailed the Phillies by 3.
Cuatro a 1 Phillies sobre los Marlins aquí en la quinta entrada.
Our SAP broadcasters.
Ricardo y Jeffy, ¿cómo están?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Excelente.
Hi, Richie. Hi,
Hola, amigos.
Cookie.
Jeff. How are you, senor?
Hey, it's
Excelente.
Christmas in July here at the stadium. We need some runs. What do you think?
That would be a
Yes.
nice gift right now.
Yes,
What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be a great day for Miami.
it is. Groundbreaking, hard hats. You got your hard hat ready to go down there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I
No
saw you
question.
guys yesterday trying to play El Guido. Well, how did that go?
Oh, excellent.
Jeff can handle that very well.
I'm an expert on that thing already.
Well, you have musical talents. I heard your rendition of that song on that album for a good cause here with Major League Baseball.
It's good. It was good production. Good producing. Not a whole lot of talent going on there.
Reverb.
Maybe. They're a musical version of Photoshop.
Now Guiro is how you say it,
Yes,
Guido.
Guido.
and Jeff was so good at it last night that tomorrow night it's Hansel y Raul y Jeff.
Oh, there you go. Attaboy.
Oh, you
We
know
gotta
what?
stay to watch that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We're definitely going to stay and watch that now.
No doubt.
They just couldn't fit it on the sign out there in left field.
Oh, hey Cookie, did you know the answer to the trivia question?
No, I sure did not. Raul did.
Ah, Jeff got it as well.
Yeah, I forgot about the man that substituted me in Cincinnati.
Oh, is that right, huh?
That's when I got traded to Philadelphia in '62. Pete Rose came up and started playing second base.
You were sort of the Wally Pipp of
That's
of
it.
the Reds.
Absolutely.
But you went on, of course, to have an all-star career yourself.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was great to be in this game, I'll tell you what. And Jeff knows that. It's great to be a baseball player and wear a Major League uniform. It's an honor and really the best thing of my life.
I agree 100%.
Bueno, ahí se la dibujó en la esquina de adentro para poncharlo.
Good breaking ball. All right, guys, have a good show tonight.
All right, guys.
Okay, guys.
If we have
Take care.
any more questions, we'll come back to you. Shane Victorino rung up.
Now that one was not as questionable as the Jason Worth strikeout earlier. I think that was a good pitch. Shane Victorino might disagree with me at this point.
That's part of baseball. There are disagreements.
You know, I really think Nolasco has been throwing a good ball game tonight. That last inning, they strung together a couple of hits that he made good pitches on. They just made good swings on excellent pitches, and that's going to happen sometimes. But he's been hitting his spots all night long, just missing off the corners.
You know, Utley is barking at the umpire, but excuse me, that was a. Sorry about that.
Speaking of barking.
I know. I'm all choked up. That was a similar pitch. Remember we talked about Victorino who crowds the plate? That was a similar pitch in that it's over the inside part of the plate, but he's so close to the plate that it looks like it's inside, at least to him.
Well, and you've got these guys, I mean, especially Chase Utley, he knows his strike zone. He knows his distance to the plate, and you know, when he's got it coming in, I think he knows when it's a ball off. To us, it looks as though it might be inside because it is very close to him. Shane Victorino, he's got body parts in the strike zone. His elbows are actually in the strike zone. He stands so close to the plate.
Yeah, I don't think that should. I don't think you should be allowed to have body parts in the strike zone.
And you know, Mr. Utley here leads the league most often in hit by pitches. He's hit quite often.
Nolasco with 2 impressive breaking balls to strike out Victorino and Utley.
See, he missed his spot here by quite a bit. You see Paulino wanted that outside corner, but really froze Utley. He was not expecting that pitch.
And there was no argument from Utley.
He knew that was strike 3.
Now Howard, he started that string of singles in the 4th. He pulls one foul.
I tell you, when you sit up here and you look at the shift and what you got to do to get a base hit to right field, if you're Ryan Howard or maybe an Adam Dunn, that's some precision hitting to get it by those guys out there.
South Philly, baby.
Not only because of where they're positioned out there, but if you look at Bonifacio out there in shallow right field, not only is he positioned that far out, but he's got so much more room to go laterally because he's got a lot more time to read the ball.
I've always wondered why the third baseman who is shifted over, Gonzalez, why he's not further out on the outfield grass as well.
That's a good point. As we know, Mr. Howard is not very fleet of foot.
He struck him out. Howard doesn't like it. Mark Wegner said, "What do you want me to do?" It's right down the middle. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivers. Ricky Nolasco opens up against Cole Hamels. I think you saw in that last shot on the AT&T Rapid Rewind, that pitch to Ryan Howard. We saw going to break that it was over the middle of the plate. The only question was it too low? And I think from that look, it looked like it was not too low.
From the side view, cross the knees, that is a strike. Oftentimes the hitter will look behind, and if the catcher doesn't frame it or has his glove goes down towards the ground, it looks like it's a lot lower than it might be.
Looks can be deceiving.
Right there at the knees, that's a good pitch. Had good sink on it at the end. You see Ryan Howard's eyes go back there to the glove, and it went down. Could give the illusion that it's a little lower than it might be.
Like Doug Henning. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. We check in with Frank. Frank, what's up? It's raining out there, Frank?
Well, I'm actually up in a suite, Rich, because we are with one of the winning bidders from our fantasy auction, our Fox Sports Florida fantasy auction, Glenn Johnson, who won the suite experience. Now, this was the first year you bid on one of the big items. I understand you bought some pledge packs the year before. What made you want to go bid on one of the big prizes this year?
Well, I want to do something for my staff, you know, give them something extra special, and I figured this was the opportunity to do it.
So who have you brought with you? Some of your coworkers and some
all my coworkers, their families, and kids.
Now, what do you like about being up here and watching the game? I think you just said to me before, if I could sit up here all the time, I'd be at all 81 games.
Well, it's great to be in air-conditioned, nice, comfortable seats. You know, it's a great way to watch the game.
And we'll all have that once the new stadium gets put up with the groundbreaking tomorrow. What have you done otherwise? I think you just toured the press box and took a peek in our broadcast booth.
Yeah, we went up and met Rich and Conine, and Andre Dawson stopped by. So it's been a great evening. The Mermaids have come by too.
All right, so we hope you're involved in the fantasy auction next year as well. Thanks for being one of our big givers this year.
I'll be back.
All right, that's Glenn Johnson, the winner of our sweet experience from the fantasy auction this year, Rich.
All right, and a big round of applause to him.
I think the kids were digging the mermaid visit the most.
How come the Mermaids didn't visit us? 2 outs. Coughlin bounces out. And here comes Bonifacio. Cole Hamels has held on to this 4-1 lead. The Marlins, since that first inning, have managed just 2 singles.
Pretty economical 65 pitches right now, too, for Cole Hamels. Only 16 balls.
Bonifacio not in the leadoff spot, in the 2 spot. One of the focuses throughout the first half and into the second half is, can Bonifacio get his on-base percentage up? He came in at .301 with his on-base percentage. On the ground, Rollins. Bonifacio 0 for 3 tonight. Phillies have that 4-1 lead. They don't want to give it up in the 6th inning. Our Toyota trend, Toyota moving forward. 27 road wins, second only to the Dodgers 28. A better road percentage, but to Charlie Manuel and the Phillies are just 22 and 23 at home. You would think that's going to change as Ibanez bounces another one into center field. 2 hits tonight. Ibanez, of course, 2 hits last night. They were both home runs.
Number 28.
You would think that's going to change. The Phillies are playing better baseball right now than they did throughout the first half, having won 10 of 11.
Definitely, they started off really slow. Cole Hamels started off slowly. Brett Myers has been on the DL. I think this is the team now that I think coming into this season everybody was expecting from the Phillies. They're expecting them to be a powerhouse and run away with this division.
Well, they've won the last 2 National League East titles, but they haven't run away with it. In fact, it took a strong finishing kick 2 years ago. They won 13 of their last 17. Everybody's heading for cover with the rain starting. Last year, they won 13 of their last 16. And of course, the Mets, in both cases, fell out of the race. In 07, the Mets fell out of the race on the last day of the season. Last year, the Marlins knocked the Mets not out of the East, but out of the wild card race. That was with Milwaukee.
I was unfortunately part of that debacle in 2007. I got traded from the Reds to the Mets. We had a 7-game lead with 17 games to play.
When did you show up?
Right at the August 31st trade deadline. About a week before that, about August 25th, I showed up to New York, and I was really excited about playoffs in New York City. I thought it was going to be great.
Ground ball. Hanley's got it. Nice backhand flip. Bonifacio turns it.
Excellent play.
And the Marlins rolled 2 on a sharply hit ball by Jason Worth.
Hanley showing some really good athleticism here. His body weight is going towards the outfield. Perfect flip to Bonifacio. Great turn.
Like a good option quarterback. Here is Felice. The Mets tonight are back in Atlanta, and the Braves are beating them 4-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. The Giants open up a series tonight in Pittsburgh. Tim Lincecum is on the mound, and they're scoreless in the 1st. Pinto and Sanchez. Cubs lead Washington 3-1 in DC in the 3rd.
Cubs kind of a disappointing season this year. I thought coming into this season everybody thought that the Cubs would contend for that National League Central title. They've kind of underachieved.
Number 51.
Yeah, they just can't score runs. And they thought that the addition of Milton Bradley would make a big impact. I think they underestimated the subtraction of a guy like Mark DeRosa.
Mark DeRosa, I think, played a huge role for that team last year. Gave him solid defense. You know what you're getting every day. You know he's a leader and a quality guy in the clubhouse. And unfortunately, you know, you think you're going to add and try to improve your offense enough to make up for that, but it hasn't been the case so far in Chicago.
Well, you can see the rain is starting. You saw the grounds crew.
They were looking a little puzzled, weren't they? Like, this wasn't supposed to happen.
Should I stay or should I go?
Usually they are right there down by the tarp, getting ready to roll that thing out when the threat of rain is coming. They're still not out there.
Which we have come to learn that if they're not, well, here they come. Usually if they're not out there, you know it's going to be a passing shower. But when they get ready to rock and roll, it's a different thing altogether. Center field, Ross. And Velasco works a nice 6th inning. Marlins down 4-1. Moments ago, the umpires with the rain coming down said, bring them out, boys. And the tarp guys, this may be a new record. Look at these guys go.
Very impressive.
I mean, this is a well choreographed routine.
Uh-oh.
Wrestling match with the wind. And this could be a dangerous situation. If you're holding on to that tarp and the wind gets a hold of you, the hustle now is to try to get some of those tractors and bobcats out there and park them on the tarp.
I've seen grounds crews that have put the tarp out and you get these violent winds from these thunderstorms, and it has picked guys up off of the ground 10, 15 feet in the air and slammed them back down. Because you're essentially unraveling a gigantic parachute there if wind gets underneath it.
Yeah, where was it? I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, there was a situation in Colorado where it was raining and the wind was really ragdolling, so to speak, the grounds crew themselves. And the Rockies split. They went back to the clubhouse. The Phillies,
that is right,
went out on the field. Victorino and Worth and Burrell and all those guys. And the Phillies went out there and helped the grounds crew get it under control and get the tarp on.
I remember that.
And they weren't even the home team.
Yeah.
just put some weight on it.
Actually, the wind is smoothing out the bubbles right now.
You know, I think in the new ballpark there actually will be a tarp.
Really?
I think so. I think just in case the roof doesn't work, you still need one, right? Or if you want,
the roof doesn't work, or
if you want to open the roof while it's raining at night, so the infield doesn't get saturated, you still need a tarp.
That's true.
Yeah, right now they would close that, and we would not be sitting here wondering what our rain delay theater is going to be tonight.
I mean, I can't wait for that stadium to open.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you can't wait for rain delay theater.
Well, that too. I'm interested to see what you're going to come up with here. Sure. to entertain me.
All right, well, before we get to Rain Delay Theater, which I suspect will be one of the award-winning shows performed by Frank Ford, let's check in with the man himself. Frank, where are you?
All right, we are down outside the Marlins clubhouse. We were scheduled to have a walk-off interview with tonight's starting pitcher. Ricky Nolasco is in the clubhouse. Of course, with this rain delay, you would think he's done, but we're not 100% positive of that, depending on how long this rain delay lasts. So we are kind of in a holding pattern right now. But, you know, when you're speaking of pitching, there's a lot of questions out there as to who the Marlins' number 5 starter will be come Monday in San Diego. This much we can tell you. Rick Vandenherk down at New Orleans pitched 3 innings last night in Albuquerque. He gave up 1 hit, no runs, struck out 2, walked 3. He was pulled after 3 innings through 49 pitches, 27 strikes. So he wasn't pulled because of performance. We can only surmise from that they're trying to save his arm, that he would be available to pitch on 3 days rest Monday in San Diego. Of course, that move has not been made yet and likely will not be made until Sunday night or Monday morning. And being the fact that the Zephyrs of New Orleans are in Albuquerque, they are certainly in the same time zone and in proximity to San Diego, where we will be on Monday. So the signs anyway, although it's not official, would point to Rick Vandenherk getting called up. Of course, he pitched 4 games for the Marlins last year before going back to the minors. He did not pitch much in spring training at all because of an elbow problem. He has come back in New Orleans. He's made 9 starts. He's 4-1 with a 2.77 earned run average. And in those 9 starts, only twice has he given up more than 2 earned runs. And one of those was a 3 earned run outing. So he has pitched very well. In fact, when I was in New Orleans doing our Inside the Marlins show on the minor leagues, I was there for one of the games Rick did pitch. He was very economical with his pitches. He looked good. His breaking ball was sharp. And he has pitched very well, and if the Marlins are looking for a guy, he is one that certainly would merit the promotion from AAA New Orleans to the Marlins. So that's the way it's kind of looking right now, guys, if you read between the lines, having left the game after 3 innings last night, and certainly not because of poor performance. He left after throwing 49 pitches, and you would think that would be to save his arm. Back up to you, Rich and Jeff.
All right, Frank, stay dry and stay safe, because not only is there rain and wind in the area, there is some lightning. And I'm not talking about a turtle. That was just moments ago. That's the kind of stuff that made Craig Minervini nearly jump right out of his Tommy Bahama shirt. Did you see that footage?
I did not.
You didn't?
I'd like to.
You would?
Yeah.
Well, let me tap dance.
I like to see Craig squirm a little bit.
Before we go to Rain Delay Theater, let's watch the grounds crew make sure they've got it bolted down and secure. Grounds crew doing a great job. Rain is in the area. Phillies have a 4-1 lead. 2-run homer by Chase Utley set the tone. Chris Coughlin's homer, the only run for the Fish. And there's the tractor we said that they usually park on the corners. I think that's the Phillies bullpen mascot out there, the duck. All right, tap dancing has worked. Niner, this is what lightning can do to a pregame host. Watch and listen.
Man, extends his RBI record streak for the Marlins to 10 games. And Hanley Ramirez get that big hit at 2-run double. We're okay, everybody. He went to 2 for 3 with a walk, scored a run.
And he's in the dugout under cover.
That's right. We're okay, everybody. All right, Rain Delay Theater inside the Marlins. Andre Dawson, 4-1 Phillies. When we have some news, we'll bring it to you. Hamels, and a couple guys not in the lineup. Wes Helms because he was sick. Dan Ugla because he had struggled against Helms. John Baker was not in the lineup, or excuse me, against Hamels. John Baker was not in the lineup because of the lefty, but Baker has hit Chan-Ho Park well, and there's some guys in the lineup that have done some damage against Park.
There are actually a few of the Marlins that have had really good success against him, and it'll be interesting to see if Freddie makes changes now coming out into the 6th inning to see if he gets those guys, like you said, Baker into the game.
Yeah, Hanley has had success against the right-hander. Park.
Because at this point, I mean, you know, this is almost like a playoff type series for the Marlins. We need to, if we're going to stay in this thing and be contenders, this is a very important series, and I think Freddie's going to manage like this is a must-win type game.
Freddie is checking the cards. He wants to make sure he knows exactly where Park is in the lineup. And Charlie probably is going to double switch. John Mayberry is in left field. And I would expect Mayberry will be in the 9 position, which is due to lead off the 7th. And that would take Ibanez out of the game, which isn't such a bad thing for the Fish. He is 2 for 3 tonight.
I was going to say, I'm a little surprised that he would take Ibanez's bat out of the lineup in the 6th inning.
So here's Hanley against Park. He misses up and in. Chan-Ho Park has been in the big leagues a long time, since 1994, when he became the first Korean ever to appear in the big leagues.
I was just about to say that. It seems like Chan-Ho Park has been around for a really long time.
"16 seasons. Guy who made his mark in Los Angeles, made his money in Texas, and he's been trying to stay in the big leagues since. Those are his numbers against Park.
Good success.
1-2. Did not go. 2-2. I told you Mayberry's out there in left.
Park, you know, after being in the big leagues for so long, you usually see deterioration of stuff, but it looks like he's still throwing the ball really well.
Well, back in April, Park made a start. Cantu hit a big home run. But of course, the Marlins would squander 2 leads in that series. Cantu goes around on a breaking ball in the dirt. It's 0-1.
You see a major league hitter take a check swing at a slider that far out of the zone, pretty much tells you that you can't pick up rotation on that, and it's got a good break to it. It looks like a fastball out of his hand. That was an 88-mile-an-hour slider. Always been a power pitcher when he first came up with the Dodgers, through mid to upper 90s. Definitely knows karate. You recall the run-in, I don't know who it was going down to first base, and he kind of karate chopped him.
I think he gave him a pretty good side kick too, right? Didn't he?
Yes, it was a nice kick to the chest area.
Well, he gets 2 outs, and up comes Cody Ross. Fastball misses up. Chan-Ho Park was an all-star with the Dodgers. And I believe it was the same year that the Rangers spent, what was it, $250 million on A-Rod?
They gave Chan-Ho quite a nice deal.
$65 million for 5 years. And he won all of 18 games in 4 seasons with Texas. Tony Ross just swung at ball 3. And broke his bat. Pinto coming in. Cam time. Rain comes. What are we gonna? Oh my goodness! Look at that.
Nice.
You'd think that during rain delay theater, all we do is eat snacks and gossip. No, we work on the Frost Brewed Coors Light Freeze Can.
That's not all we do. Tell you what, it was actually perfect timing with that end of the inning and Jeff Kellogg calling for that tarp to be put on, because the field's actually in really good shape right now.
It is. And that, of course, in part due to the diligence of the grounds crew here.
Hardest working in baseball.
John Mayberry takes a strike. There will be a grounds crew in the new ballpark, though I don't think they'll have to be as great in number.
Yeah, you heard Alan talking in the break there about 4 different crews they have in here to come and fix this field for any given day.
Look out, everybody, in the stands for the baseball, out at third for the bat.
I definitely don't think they're going to need 4 crews at the new stadium.
No.
That's maple, folks. That's a maple bat.
What, as a card-carrying member of the Hitters Guild, your thoughts on the maple bat? I know that Major League Baseball has taken some steps to try to corral the problem of bats splintering and snapping. What do you think?
The nature of maple wood is that's how it breaks. Ash bat that has grain in it, when you get jammed or hit one off the end, it basically will fracture in the middle of the bat, but will not sever and cause big pieces to be flying all over the field. Well, maple bats, they don't have grain, and there's nothing to hold that fracture from going all the way through. That's why you see bats just like that become projectiles and are thrown out at fans, at coaches, at players.
So why allow maple bats? I mean, if that's the issue, and everything you just said is what I've heard as well. Why allow maple bats in the game?
Well, players really like them. For one, they love the response off of that maple wood as far as the ball is concerned. Maple's a harder wood. So for me anyway, I love the sound of maple better than I did ash. I like the way the ball responded off maple better than ash.
Throughout your career, were you consistently an ash man, or were you a maple guy?
Until maple bats came in,
yeah,
I was an ash man.
Really?
Yeah.
And so, and the switch to maple, Bonds really was the guy that got it going, wasn't he?
Yeah, there was a company out of Canada called Sam Bats, and they were really the first maple bats to come in. And you know, obviously, when Barry Bonds endorses something and the way he was hitting the ball, amongst other things, that's, you know, it's a pretty good endorsement. So everyone jumped on the bandwagon, and thus the maple revolution started. And I would say probably 90% of players use maple bats now.
Pinto had to really work an 8-pitch at bat to get Mayberry, and up comes Jimmy Rollins.
But it's just like anything, you know, you're going to have a serious injury happen before I think any major changes are made, and there have been some. I was in Baltimore when Harold Baines got sawed off. Ryan Franklin was pitching for the Seattle Mariners and got a bat right in the face.
One of the coaches for the Pittsburgh Pirates a couple years ago had his face cut in the dugout. We've seen fans cut, umpires cut. Cantu. Pinto has a couple of outs here in the 7th inning as he gets Rollins to pop out.
Wasn't it, was it Carlos Delgado or somebody got stuck by the flying barrel of a bat, and the sharp end stuck him somewhere, and I think they had to get stitches.
That sounds, I don't know if it was Delgado, but I know it was a first baseman. Here is Victorino.
Let's go, Shane.
So you're saying 90% are using ash, or are using maple?
You really don't see many guys ordering ash bats anymore.
Are there any other woods other than maple and ash?
Beechwood is used, but very infrequently.
Mostly in Budweiser, right?
Yeah. They age the bats just right, and then they're ready for major league play.
Back goes Ross. Renault Pinto, a nice and tidy 11-pitch inning. Still 4-1 Phillies. Well, I think it's easy until you start looking at what Josh Johnson has done. And I know a lot of people don't consider pitchers when they talk about MVPs.
I agree.
See, we're getting back to that whole hitter-pitcher thing, but let's start with the first poll. Which National League city, if you got to visit one of those cities, hang out. That's a fair ball as Paulino pokes it in the corner. Worth picks it out of there. And Ronnie Paulino, the proud owner of a checkers double.
Excellent piece of hitting right there. That ball is maybe a ball outside off the plate, stays with it. Bullet down the right field line.
So Paulino, and remember we told you Baker had great numbers against Park, but Paulino has swung the bat well tonight. And Hermida is going to pinch hit for Carroll. Plus the fact that if you pinch hit for your catcher with your other catcher, then things get dicey if catcher B gets hurt.
We get into emergency catcher situations, which I've seen and been a part of, and it's usually not pretty when a position player has to don the equipment and get behind the plate.
J.C. Romero getting loose in the Phillies bullpen. Andy Gonzalez, by the way, did a little catching in Winter League and is probably the Marlins emergency catcher now. Hermida goes after a pitch in the dirt.
Looks a little hard for a straight change. It might be a split finger. Good down action on it.
Dan Meyer in the Marlins pen. And Hermida goes down. So there's one out. And Ross Glode is coming up. The groundbreaking is tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Be there. And you'll get a chance to move some earth. If you're in the first 1,000 people, you get a commemorative pin. You'll get a ballpark lunch. And you'll get to be there as the Marlins break ground on the new ballpark tomorrow. There it is, the webcam from earlier this afternoon.
It's actually going to be a pretty cool sight to be able to see where the infield's going to lay and sight lines are going to have from outside the stadium.
Yeah, that will be that'll be something. It'll give fans a chance to get a little perspective as to how the ballpark will be situated. Glode rolls one up the middle into center field. A pinch hit for Ross Glode and a run for the Fish. It's a 4-2 game. He has been terrific this year. He and Wes Helms, one of the best pinch hitting combos in the National League.
Does a great job right here, pulling his hands. It's inside fastball, pulls his hands in just enough to get that ball up the middle. Perfect speed for Paulino to score from second base. Victorino's got a very strong arm in center.
Between Wes Helms and Ross Glode, they have 18 pinch hits and 15 pinch hit RBIs.
Very solid.
There you see Matt Stairs.
Second in the National League.
Matt Stairs is in that Philly dugout. Glode has produced. And here's Ugla. He will hit for Pinto. So 3 consecutive pinch hitters. Hermida, Glode, and now Ugla.
Does that leave us with Baker as the only?
And Wes Helms. In that April start, Cantu and Ugla went deep. But with Helms being ill, you'll probably see Ugla at second and Bonifacio at third. 1 out, 7th inning. Almost a quick pitch by Park.
Pitchers will do that sometimes to throw off a hitter's timing and to make sure the runner on first base doesn't get a good jump. Lode isn't known for stealing bases, but you see the quick action right there really throws the hitter's timing off.
He came to a stop, so that was legal.
See, normally much more deliberate.
Ugla drives that ball to center field. Victorino backing up, and he makes the catch. Lode returns to first. Up comes Coughlin. Coughlin homer back in the first. This was a Hamels-Nolasco start originally, and it opened with a couple of long balls. Chase Utley a 2-run homer, and Chris Coughlin a solo shot.
Utley on a 3-0 pitch, first inning, swinging away.
Breaking ball strike. Boy, the Braves are absolutely burying the Mets. 11-0 in the 9th inning.
You think the Mets at this point would like to play the rest of their games on the road for the rest of the year? I don't think they're getting a very good reception back in New York after the season they've had so far.
1 ball, 1 strike. Chan-Ho Park, Chris Coughlin. Coughlin has a base hit. Right center, Glode around second, on his way to third. Victorino's throw is cut.
Good base running right there.
Ross Glode is a good baseball player.
He's got great knowledge just of the game itself, and you see right there, a lot of guys, when they see the center fielder getting close to that ball, see another breaking ball down the middle of the plate. Coughlin stays with it. Great swing. Glode, he's looking at the outfielder. He knows that it's off center, especially when the right-handed thrower going to his left. He knows he's got to flip around, and it's going to be more difficult for him to make a throw. Keep on running. A lot of guys, when they see that center fielder about to secure the ball, they slow down and stop, not wanting to make it out at third base. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to push the envelope there, and he's not even going to make a throw.
It's a big spot for Bonifacio, who's 0 for 7 in this series. He's not struck out in those 7 at-bats. In all 7, he has bounced out, and he shortens the bunt and takes outside. Now you got to have a heads-up runner at third if you're going to do that with 2 outs.
I would say if he's going to bunt, take it with him, pull it down the first base line towards second base.
Yeah, because you've got Howard holding the runner. He drops it third base side. Maurice makes the play, and it's an easy finish to the inning. Goodness. Just for Men hair color. Philly hold leaders Ryan Madsen atop that list. Just as middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men hair color. All right, pencils, erasers ready. Jeremy Hermida is now in right field. As we thought, Dan Uggla would stay in and play second base. Bonifacio moves over to third. And we had just discussed how if you're going to bunt in that situation, you have to take it to first with 2 outs. And he clearly was trying to push it to third, Jeff.
You know, and Pedro Feliz is one of the best third basemen in the National League. Very solid, makes his play every time. I think your only chance of anything good happening out of that play right there is you got to take it with you, because Chase Utley's got a long ways to run for that ball. You get it in between, you get Brian Howard and Chase going after the ball at the same time.
Well, I think
it's just a bad decision to bunt third base right there.
I think you said the key word is Dan Meyer has taken over for Manuel Pinto for the Marlins. Nolasco went 6th. Pinto had the 7th. Meyer here in the 8th. The key word there, or words, Ryan Howard. One of the biggest and slowest first basemen in the National League. And he's holding the runner on at first, so the angle he's got coming off the bag is a bad one to field the bunt. So, I mean, if you're going to do it,
basically, yeah, as a first baseman holding that guy on, he's got to stay home. And Chase Utley would probably be the one that tries to make that play with Bonifacio's speed.
That'd be almost an impossible play.
It really is. That was a bad decision.
Utley, Howard, and then the pitcher spot for the Phillies.
Now, if third baseman's playing back at regular depth, then I think the opportunity is much greater. But he was well in on the grass
because he had shown bunt the pitch previous, and that obviously had alerted Feliz. Not that he needs alerting, because he's a very good third baseman.
Right. And when you got Bonifacio, who leads the National League in bunt hits, they go over all this stuff in their pregame meetings, and every infielder, especially the corners, are aware of that fact, and they're going to be playing in to begin with. How about the job Dan Meyer's done this year?
Very quietly, he's been outstanding. A guy that is trying to prove he belongs in the big leagues. Never quite could crack Oakland's big league team with consistency. Had some time with them, but has arrived here in South Florida and has pitched very, very well. Tonight's Mercedes-Benz attention assist of the game. The attention assist of the game, Hanley to Bonifacio to Cantu.
Opponents hitting 176 off Dan Meyer.
The cut fastball that Mark Wiley taught him in spring training has made a world of difference.
And on TV, the way the center field cameras are usually set up, it's to the right of the pitcher. On a left-handed pitcher, you really don't see the movement. You look at some right-handed pitchers, you go, wow, the ball's moving a lot, but a left-handed pitcher, the way the angle is, it looks like the ball's not moving at all. Where in fact, right there, that cutter gets on the end of the bat from Ryan Howard and makes him break his bat.
It's a great point. Maybe we could ask our guy in center to pick that camera up and walk over about 3 sections.
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah, well,
when the left-handed hitter comes up, you move over.
That's what you need.
And when the right-handed hitter comes up, you move on the other side.
Some tracks, you just slide the camera over. New ballpark.
You're going to revolutionize television baseball.
Eric Bruntlett. No, I've already set it back much too far that I would be of any help. Bruntlett fouls it back.
The thing I like about Dan Meyer out there is he's not afraid. You see him throwing fastballs to Ryan Howard, fastballs to Chase Utley. He's not one of the guys who are trying to nibble with breaking stuff to try to make them roll over or strike out. He's going right after him.
That's why I think of all the Marlin pitchers in the pen right now, he's probably the best to close games.
Wow, we are really starting to gel, because I was just thinking about that.
Really?
I was just going to say that, you know, when you look for a closer, you look for a guy that is not afraid. He'll go after hitters. He throws strikes.
Well, then how did we end up wearing 2 different color shirts tonight?
Well, I mean, same wavelength, yes. Twins, no. I mean, not ready for that yet.
That one just missed. It's 1-2. Now this couple either just got engaged or they got a foul ball.
I must say,
maybe they weren't a couple though. I mean, here's the 1-2. Did it hit him? I guess it did. So Bruntlett's aboard.
I must say, over the years, it is quite amazing. The children dropped, the food and drinks spilled, the fights that have broken out, the mayhem that has ensued over a $10 baseball hit into the stands.
They're still pretty happy, and it does look like they are indeed a couple. Kiko Calero's coming in. Here is, well, wait a minute. Here's our Marooney called to the bullpen. The 8th, we had a rain delay. The Marlins have scored a run. And Kiko Calero is trying to keep it at a 2-run game with 2 outs and a Bruntlett at first. Jason Worth is up. Calero worked yesterday, worked an inning. Marlins have Brendan Donnelly down there, Luis Ayala down there. Pinto, Meyer, and Calero in relief of Nolasco tonight.
A lot of fresh arms in the bullpen coming up off the All-Star break. Matt Lindstrom down there through bullpen today.
Lindstrom continues his road back. Breaking ball just missed. Crowd not real happy. Boy, that's a pretty good pitch, too. This is Lindstrom from earlier today.
I think you could tell in that delivery right there, not really letting it go, just kind of going through the motions, starting his rehab process. We'd characterize his delivery as violent. It's not one of those guys where you say that's an easy 97. He's putting everything he's got into it.
Runner goes, and there's a strike. Bruntlett steals it. Never pleasant, the belt full of dirt.
Especially when it runs down the pants.
Yes.
That's
Not
pretty
a good,
uncomfortable.
Not a good feeling. Good slider, 3-2.
As usual, Pico not afraid to throw that slider in any count.
From any angle.
Different speeds. Threw one earlier in the count at 76 miles an hour. I'll bet you another one's coming right here.
I wonder, this is a check with Paulino and check with Calero question, if he's got different signs for different types of sliders. Because he throws from so many angles. Yep. Slider of death. And that gets worth. Calero does his job. Marlins bullpen has been terrific tonight, but the Fish still need a couple runs.
Shoulder. Well, we have some video of what Jeff Conine's shoulder actually looks like. It happened not from baseball, but training for the Ironman triathlon a little over a year ago. He went over the front of the handlebars, and well, that was what Jeff's shoulder looked like after surgery. A lot of pins and screws in there. And Jeff, I'm just wondering, is that where they put the tendon in that area? And not to bring up bad memories here, but is that hardware still in there?
The hardware, it is still in there, and it was going a little crazy earlier on with the electricity in the air, but actually no, the surgery that I had was a couple of years before that. Same shoulder, same bone. I basically popped the clavicle up off of, broke 2 tendons off of there, and that's where they took the tendon out of my hamstring to tie that thing back down.
So they were unrelated?
Unrelated, but same shoulder.
Same shoulder, okay. Do you have any trouble going through airport security with that in your shoulder?
No, I'm a little disappointed that I don't. I got a card made up and everything saying, you know, this patient has metal in his body, and I have not once set it off.
Well, we thought it'd be nice just to bring that out and kind of relive the training where we spent a little time with you before the Ironman.
That was a nice flashback.
Frank, how did you get access to the x-rays?
Jeff has it at his house.
Oh, I thought with the HIPAA laws and all that, they have to keep that on the QT.
No, they're prominently displayed in my memorabilia room.
which is, by the way, quite a memorabilia room. Jeff has a collection of Major League jerseys that's quite extensive. How many of them, Jeff?
88 at last count.
And there's some biggies in there. I mean, they're all the big name guys.
Got 26 Hall of Famers.
There you go.
And you were given them, or did you swipe them?
I was given them.
Okay.
He refuses to answer on the grounds he may incriminate himself.
But if you ever come over, they're all tagged, and I have a little thing on the front door that if you try to swipe anything, it goes off.
Just like the department stores, right?
Exactly.
Now you see Romero warming up, and Madsen has run the count to 2-2 on Hanley. Ryan Madsen misses outside. Hanley leading off in the 8th.
This is the pretty lethal combination they had last year. Worked so well for the Phillies in their World Championship season. J.C. Romero for the lefties, Ryan Madsen for the righties, setting up Brad Lidge.
Worked last night. Madsen got the 8th, Romero the 9th. Hanley tries one to right field, base hit. So the Fish are in business. Down a couple here in the 8th.
Pretty straight fastball right there after throwing cutters away. Tries to get me over fastball 3-2, and does a great job of going to right field with that. I think that's where I've been most impressed with Hanley so far this year, is his ability to take middle away pitches and take them and drive them to the opposite field.
Especially with runners in scoring position.
He has taken whatever they give him with guys in scoring position. After last year, he was only 230s with men in scoring position. Tremendous adjustment.
Big adjustment and a big boost. There's Nunez.
And that's what takes a player from a great player or a really good player to a great player, is the ability to do that, to make adjustments, to make himself better, and knowing what he has to do to make himself better for the team.
Cantu fouls that one off. That's played by Leo.
One of my first ever games in the big leagues, I got down to first base, or I was playing first base, and Dave Winfield came down. And just a monster of a man, you know. I was stand next to Dave Winfield, and you know, he just started chatting me. There was a pitching change, and out of nowhere, he just said, you know, congratulations on being called up, and just remember one thing. He goes, always be willing to make adjustments. Always make adjustments to what they're trying to do to you. And I always remembered that and took it to heart.
That's good advice.
It was excellent advice, and I mean, a pretty good guy. I didn't want him to kill me and say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Squash you. That's a misses outside, and it's, I mean, we've seen it played out this year with a couple of guys, and Chris Coughlin trying to make adjustments. Emilio Bonifacio trying to make adjustments. I think it's been a struggle for Bonifacio at the plate. Wow. A fastball, and Cantu let it get by him.
96-mile-an-hour fastball. Jorge probably thought that was off the plate, out.
Here's Ross.
Now you bring up Coughlin, his coming to the big leagues without ever having to play left field. He's never played left field before. Comes out here and he's been doing a pretty good job, I think, as a left fielder. Watching him, he's adapted very well to the position.
Were you a natural outfielder or infielder coming up?
I played infield exclusively all the way through AAA. Wally Joyner signed a 3-year extension with the Kansas City Royals. And my manager, Jeff Cox, who was our first base or third base coach with us in 2003, came up to me and said, you're not going to be playing first base anytime soon for the Royals, so I'm going to put you in left field. Lo and behold, 10 days later, Kevin McReynolds pulls a ribcage muscle, and they call up and say, who's hitting well and who's playing the outfield? He said, Conine's been playing out there 2 weeks, and that's how I made it to the big leagues.
Any way you can get there, get there.
Get there. The trick is to get there and then work extra hard to stay there.
That's the credo. It's easier to get to the big leagues than it is to stay in the big leagues.
Absolutely. But Chris Coughlin, in talking with him and spending some time with him during batting practice out in the field, he gets it. He knows what he has to work on. He's willing to work on it, and you've seen him progress very nicely so far.
Hanley's running on the pitch, and Ross hits a dribbler down the line that Feliz picks up and gets him. Hanley is now in scoring position. Well, you've got Madsen out there, and you know that if Freddie were to go to Baker here, Charlie would counter with Romero, and Paulino has looked good all night against a lefty and a righty.
Stick with your hot hand. They're swinging the bat well. I think Freddie's probably discussing that in the dugout right now with Carlos Tosca as bench coach. You know, Jack McKeon, when he was our manager, he basically went with whoever was swinging the bat the best, whoever was throwing the ball the best. It didn't matter about matchups. He put his guys out there and let them succeed.
You know, we show you during the course of a game the pitcher-batter matchups, and each team has a detailed computer printout what each hitter has done against each pitcher, what each pitcher has done against each hitter. I was unaware that one of the first guys to really use that in the big leagues, Earl Weaver. Paulino into center field. That's a base hit. Here comes Hanley. He's going to score. And the hot hand stays hot.
Hey, when you're swinging the bat well, I don't care who's out there. It seems like they make mistakes, and it seems like whenever you get that mistake, you don't miss it.
And as we expected, with a lefty coming up, Hermida, Charlie Manuel out to the mound. He's going to go get his lefty. Romero comes in. Marlins within a run in the 8th. Here's our Marooney. Call. Force Charlie Manuel to go get J.C. Romero. So it's a tag team effort for the Phillies in the 8th. Madsen gets the first 2 outs, but gives up a run on 2 hits.
We do have a Wes Helms sighting on deck.
Fastball strike. Helms has been ill, was not in the lineup last night, was not well enough to start this game. Check swing. Ooh, went around. Rob Drake with the call. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think he did.
I agree.
0-2 coming. Romero, a very demonstrative and stylish lefty.
Yeah, he was hopping halfway to the dugout there.
He was outstanding in the postseason last year. Chad Durbin.
Yeah, Romero's been a pretty solid lefty for quite some time. And he's one of the guys that goes as well against lefties or as well against righties and lefties.
Well, he again was walking toward the dugout, and you could see the home plate umpire, Mark Wegner, shout right back out at him.
Clearly a ball. That's 6 inches inside.
Now watch Wegner. Now we didn't get to see him in that replay, but as Romero froze and then stomped around the mound, Wegner kind of barked right at him. Count's full now. That means Paulino will be moving. That's outside. He walked him. And Romero may get tossed out of the game. Wegner comes charging out, stopped by the catcher Ruiz. He probably should have been tossed out of the game. I mean, if he's going to beg for that call, how much are you going to put up with behind the dish?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he showed him up once. He showed him up twice. And that time was even more overt on a pitch that was clearly a ball.
I think that he was demonstrative like that, not on that last pitch, but the pitch before that. He really wanted the strikeout.
Understood, but you only get one chance to do it. If you go back and do it again, and he's coming out of the ball game regardless, and this should be an interesting exit here. And Romero on his way to the dugout. Will he even take a peek over? wheels turning in both dugouts. J.C. Romero is still steamed in the Phillies dugout. Chad Durbin has to come out of the Phillies bullpen. There's a couple things working here, Jeff Conine, as we see Durbin conferencing on the mound. Here's the sequence. He thought that was strike 3.
And clearly well off the plate. Another pitch inside here. You see, watch the catcher, the way he has to frame that ball to come back to the plate. That's a ball. And that one's another one. He's got to bring that catcher's glove back 6 inches to the plate. Clearly off the plate. You don't show up an umpire like that. You don't scream at a miscalled strike. And surprisingly, I think if you would have had a more veteran umpire behind that plate, he's gone immediately.
I would agree. The Marlins really have to hit Wes Helms here. As sick as he feels, Helms has the bat and he's in the box. John Baker is the only other guy that the Marlins have available. Durbin gets a strike. And you almost want to save Baker for Lidge in the 9th, plus he's your backup catcher.
And plus, you know, we get a single here. We tie this game up at 4-4. You got extra innings.
Helms drives it left center field. That's going to fall, base hit. Here comes Paulino rumbling towards home. He's got to score. And Wes Helms, sick as a dog, delivers.
Sometimes when you get into games like this, and Wes Helms, he's been sick, he's been miserable all day long. I think that kind of takes the edge off. You're concentrating so hard on what you have to do because the way your body feels. You know, you couldn't play an entire game. But he really showed me something right there, came out there and gave us a big hit.
Dan Uggla now. Uggla takes inside. So the Marlins have tied it 4-4 with 2 runs here in the bottom of the 8th. In this game, in that 8th spot, the Marlins have had 2 pinch hit RBI singles. Ross Glode,
the dynamic duo.
Wes Helms. Uggla takes inside. Durbin shakes his head at Mark Wegner.
And you kind of go back to Jack McKeon's credo when you're throwing the ball well, as I thought Ryan Madsen was, even though he got a guy on base. I say keep him in.
It's been a miserable season for Uggla with runners in scoring position. And the count's 2-1. Coughlin is on deck. In fact, Uggla did not get the start tonight because of his numbers against Cole Hamels, which were dreadful.
We can make all that go away right now with a base hit.
He's going to get a 3-1 pitch, and odds are it's going to be straight and fast.
Just how Danny likes him. Doesn't like too much with the wrinkle in him. Let's put a charge on the fastball.
Ramita at second, Helms at first. Down low, Durbin Ralston. Coughlin coming up, bags loaded. 2 outs in the 8th. Well, it's a Phillies bullpen that was a lockdown bullpen in the World Championship year last year, but has shown its mortality this year and is buckling right now in the 8th inning, unable to protect this lead.
Although recently, from July 3rd till now, they've had the best bullpen ERA in the National League.
Coughlin fouls it off, and Durbin's out in front 0-2. Two hits, 3 trips, including his 3rd home run in the big leagues. Lidge is down there.
You know, Coughlin's mentioned and said a number of times that 2 strikes does not bother him at all. A lot of hitters will get up there and with 2 strikes they'll start thinking, oh, I have to protect and change their approach. But Cog says that he gets up there and feels comfortable hitting with 2 strikes.
1-2. Struck him out inside corner. Coughlin and Wegner now jawing at each other. The Marlins will have to be satisfied with 2 runs here in the 8th to tie it at 4. Leo Nunez comes in the 9th. Pedro Feliz is up, and Nunez drops in a strike. It's 0-1. Marlins bullpen's been outstanding. Pinto, Meyer, Calero, and now Nunez. 2 scoreless innings in relief of Ricky Nolasco, who went 6. Feliz tonight has an RBI double. That was in the 4th.
Come on, Pedro.
There has been a number of pitches here this last inning that I'm scratching my head on. That looks like a pretty good pitch right there.
Firestone leaderboard. Extra base hit leaders. 2-2.
96-mile-an-hour tailing fastball at the belt is a tough pitch to get on top of.
Feliz, Ruiz, Mayberry for the Phillies. Chopper towards 3rd. Bonifacio has it and throws him out. Our Prestige Audi moment is brought to you by Prestige Audi, 2 minutes south of Aventura Mall, 18667 My Audi today. Wes Helms, who was sick, throwing up yesterday in the dugout, too sick to be in the lineup, comes up with a huge pinch hit RBI single. And Helms picks his stuff up and he's headed to the clubhouse. And you know,
I was hoping they weren't going to show him throwing up in the tunnel there.
That shows you how sick he is. The type of guy that Helms is, the leader that he is, normally would stay in the dugout and stay with the team. But he's been sick all day, and it's probably more important just to get him away from everybody, maybe even get him home.
Yeah, you know, Cody Ross, we talked about him being ill, and he caught what Wes Helms had. Bo Porter.
That one comes up and in, and it hits him in the hand. So Ruiz is aboard.
Bo Porter was also not feeling well. Same type symptoms as Wes Helms had. Ouch.
But you know, the Phillies have some very good pinch hitters as well. Greg Dobbs was one of the best in baseball last year. In fact, Dobbs had 22 pinch hits. That led the majors. This year, not having quite that type of season. 6 for 36. That's a lot of pinch hitting appearances.
That is. .286. That's one of the toughest jobs in baseball. Come off that bench after you've been sitting all night long to get into a tight situation. You know you're coming in 7th, 8th, 9th innings against some really tough relievers, a lot of times closers, and you're expected to deliver a hit.
And he does just that, drives it into right center field. And so this is real trouble. Now with runners at the corners, Rollins is up.
Pretty good pitch. Down low. Now you get Rollins hitting from the left side against Nunez. Pretty tough guy to double up with his speed. Go ahead run on third base.
Mark Wiley's going to come out and talk with Nunez. So the Marlins have rallied to tie it, but in the 9th, the Phillies are on the verge of retaking the lead. We told you the Braves buried the Mets 11-0 tonight. The wild card leader, San Francisco, is in the 13th, 1-1. Giants and Pirates.
Close it, Jimmy, close it.
Well, that San Francisco pitching staff is really something else, aren't they? Top to bottom, they are pretty stingy.
Phillies are claiming that Nunez balked. Rollins steps out.
Smoke it, Jimmy, smoke it.
Rollins has bounced into 5 double plays this year, and surprisingly, they've all come from the left side of the plate.
That is surprising.
So the middle infield's back with Uggla at second, Hanley at short. Cantu holding Dobbs, Ruiz at third.
Any ball pulled to Cantu or hit late to Bonifacio, got to be a play at the plate. That run cannot score. And with Rollins' speed, hit a ball to the corners. It's just too far a throw to second to first to.
Ground ball, foul.
To try and go for a double play there, you got to stop that run from scoring.
Smoke him, Jimmy, smoke him.
1-1.
Come on, Jimmy, get on base, baby.
We told you Rollins has perked up over the last 3 weeks.
Victorino!
Pretty much coinciding with the temporary benching that Charlie Manuel set him down for 4 games, just let him collect his thoughts and try to get back on track, and I think it worked.
Two and one. Got a strike. It's 2-2.
Early in the season, Nunez, I thought, was kind of overusing his changeup a lot. He was starting to get a lot of guys off with changeups. And tonight, I don't know if I've seen a changeup yet. You really got to throw something to get him off that fastball, because eventually they will time it and they will get to it if it's a mistake over the middle of the plate.
Two coming. Cantu looks at the plate. He's got Ruiz hung up. And just as you described, Niner, Cantu ran him down. There's no way to go from first to second, back to first to get a speedy runner like Rollins.
Good play right there.
You know, as we watch this play again, the Marlins have improved themselves defensively, not enormously in the errors total. And last year they were last in the National League for most of the year in fielding, and they've kind of moved up 2 or 3 spots. The one area that has made an enormous difference is that man, Jorge Cantu, at first base.
We've had a definite upgrade from first base defense from last year.
And
I thought he's done an outstanding job. I mean, going from third base to first, new position. You know, people say, well, you know, you're fielding a ground ball, but visually it looks so much different when you're on the opposite side of the field.
Well, remember, he went from second base to third base to first base. This is not an easy out, Victorino. Nunez misses in.
Come on, Shane.
We're sporting the shoebox strike zone at the moment.
Through the changeup, and make sure it's foul. Polino said, no question, Victorino was already at first base by the time Ronnie batted that one out of the air.
Over the years, a lot of the Latin teammates that I play with are also really good soccer players. I thought he kicked that at first. Maybe that was maybe he's a handball player.
Well, with his speed, if he played soccer, he was probably a goalie.
What are you trying to say?
So I'm trying to say he's just sweeping it out of the. I don't know soccer terminology, so the box. How's that?
Sounds good. All right. I know nothing about soccer.
Here's the 1-1. One and two.
There you see the changeup. Finally throws it after throwing a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Shane Victorino way ahead of that ball.
Oh for 4 tonight is Victorino. Dobbs and Rollins at second and at first. Swing and a miss. The bat goes flying. Nunez finishes the fills after working out of a first and third situation. Marlins with a chance to walk off now with a win. car insurance, visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. Have I tobacco-free Florida? Tobacco-free Florida wants you to be tobacco-free. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com for more information. 22,000 here tonight. The Marlins had to come from behind to get to this point, and in the bottom of the ninth, Emilio Bonifacio will lead it off. Chad Durbin remains out there. And his first pitch is ball one. Greg Dobbs, normally a third baseman, finds himself in left field. There's a strike to Bonifacio. He's got Hanley and Cantu behind him. Dobbs finished that two-run eighth, which also featured Madsen and Romero. And Bonifacio fouls it back.
You saw Dobbs there kind of looking over to Victorino and asking him, where do I play this guy? Do I come in? Do I go over?
Bonifacio is 0 for 4 in this one and 0 for 8 in the series. And he's lucky he didn't get rung up on that.
I'm telling you, this last few innings has seen a lot of questionable calls.
The 2-2 in the dirt. Counts full now, 3-2. Hanley waits. 3-2 coming. Bonifacio into center field, base hit, and the Marlins have speed at first and nobody out. A fine time for his first hit of this series.
Just him getting on base right there really creates a little bit of panic in the defense for the Phillies. Just with his speed, they know what he can create.
One of the things that has been a struggle for Bonifacio this year, and for any young player, you talk about learning to play defense, learning to hit, but being able to steal a base when your team needs a base.
That's almost an art. I mean, an art form. They talked to Ricky Henderson, who I had as a coach in New York, and Ricky really worked with our runners when just the way to read a pitcher, the way he would study pitchers and know that if they flinched a certain way, they were coming over. They set up a different way, they're coming over. And, you know, he would get such great jumps because he just knew by their setup and their patterns that they weren't going to come over.
You saw those numbers on Durbin. Base runners have swiped 3 of 4 against him, and on that delivery to the plate, he did not look quick. Hanley's last 10 games, his last at bat was a line drive single. Bonifacio from first. And it's 2-0 to Hanley.
You have the situation where you steal a base and take the bat out of Hanley's hands.
If it puts the winning run in scoring position with nobody out,
I go for it.
Does Hanley get the green light?
Not if I'm managing.
Missed. Walked him. First and second. Here comes Cantu. Phillies bullpen sparks to life.
Seen Mr. Cantu come through a couple of times with some game-winning hits.
Well, Cantu tonight is 1 for 4.
Have a little powwow on the mound right now to buy some time for Phillies bullpen to get active. Wouldn't be surprised if Rich Doobie comes out of the Phillies dugout here. Have a little chat, give him some more time down there.
Clay Condrey is the right-hander, and I think the lefty getting up is Scott Air. So now Bonifacio is at second. The winning run in the ninth in a 4-4 game. Almost hit him. In their last at bat, most in the National League, the Dodgers. The Marlins, a three-way tie for second. That's in as well. Right now, Chad Durbin. Chad Durbin is struggling. Cody Ross is on deck. Marlins trying to tie this series after fighting back to tie this game. Two and one. Cantu takes strike two, and it's 2-2. He was caught looking in the eighth. That was against Madsen. Singled back in the first. Cantu to left. Back goes Dobbs. Shy of the track, makes the catch. Bonifacio still at second. Hanley still at first. And now it's Cody Ross.
Number 12, center fielder.
Short left field here. No chance for Bonifacio to tag and get over to third base. But with a ball in the air, you know, you're tied with nobody out, always tag. Now with one out, you bring up the question, you got two of your fastest base runners on base. Do you send them?
Well, the Phillies have not been paying a whole lot of attention to Bonifacio at second. And of course, Howard has been playing behind Hanley at first. What you don't want to have happen is Bonifacio to get picked off, and that's happened to him a couple of times this year.
That goes along with that learning process that we were talking about earlier, and how a young base stealer, especially with his kind of speed, should not get picked off ever. The times I've seen him get picked off first base is when he's leaning, trying to cheat to get a bigger jump than he needs to get, and those go down as caught stealing. See Freddie there telling him stay put.
Well, Durbin has missed twice down low. A lot of changes to the Marlins lineup throughout this game. Bonifacio at second was the winning run. Hanley was walked. 2-0 to Ross. It's Ronnie Paulino who is on deck. And it counts 3-0 to Cody Ross. Paulino has 3 hits tonight. But is also, if you're the Phillies, a great candidate for a double play ball. Let's see what Ross gets. 3-0. Ooh, a fastball center cut, and it's 3-1 now. Two for 6 in his career against the Phillies right-hander. And a count full 3-2. Would you gamble and send the runners now?
No. Usually when you've got first and second, 3-2, managers like to put the runners in motion, but that's normally with a guy that's a pretty good contact hitter. I think Cody swings and misses a lot, which that's the worst thing you could have happen right now is strike him out, throw him out, double play.
Not running, and Ross fouls it back. Just figured I'd check. That's all part of the analyst duties.
Thank you. I'm analyzing, processing.
They're doing a fine job. Marlins and Phillies 4-4 in the ninth. 3-2 coming to Ross. Oh! Struck him out. So Durbin has bounced back nicely, getting 2 outs after putting the first 2 runners aboard. And it's up to Paulino to keep this inning going or to win the game. It's been his night so far. His RBI single in the 8th brought the Marlins within a run. And he goes after the first thing he sees and fouls it off.
He's not wasting any time there trying to get a walk-off. And I don't think it was a single. He was swinging pretty hard at that ball right there.
Pitch misses up and in. And it's 1-1. Look how shallow Victorino is in center field.
Worth also in right field, pretty shallow. You know, they want to try to give themselves somewhat of a chance.
There's a ground ball to third. Felice to second. Extra innings. The Marlins get the first 2 runners on. Can't move them up. Can't get them in. To the 10th we go. .11. And the Marlins running into a Phillies team that is hot right now. 10 of their last 11 they have won. They're 11 over and a 5-game lead. The Marlins are the second place team in the East. Look at Jamie Moyer is 3-0 over this streak. And Jason Worth has driven in 13 runs. Charlie Manuel may be looking for Jamie Moyer to make another start in this series the way he has pitched against the Marlins. It's Utley, Howard, and then from that point, the pitcher spot.
See, that's what we were talking about earlier, how you take Ibanez's bat out of this lineup. And
of course, when he did that, it was a 4-1 ball game. And you're right. When the sun was shining and it was 7:15, Jeff Conine had just settled into the booth. And Chase Utley hit a 2-run homer against Ricky Nolasco. Changeup from Nunez.
Good changeup.
Would you classify Nolasco's outing as better than his line, which
Absolutely.
was 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs?
Absolutely. They hit 2 balls hard out of those 7 hits. And at least 3 of the hits they got were actually very quality pitches. They just happened to put a bat on it.
Which Chase Utley fails to do on that changeup by Nunez. On the other side, Cole Hamels, his night was as impressive as his line. 5 innings, 4 hits, and a run. One of the odd things about this game, and maybe a break for the Marlins, was the rain delay, which essentially ended both Nolasco and Hamels' night.
We definitely got the better end of that deal. Hamels was dealing, had a very low pitch count, throwing nothing but strikes. And it was a blessing for us to get him out of the game and get to their bullpen.
Ryan Howard takes outside.
Which
Ryan?
over this stretch they've had, you wouldn't say, because their bullpen has been lights out. It's been the best ERA in the National League since July 3rd. But the way Cole Hamels is pitching, I'd take my chances with somebody else.
Well, he's really starting to mix the changeup in a lot more.
Last inning, it was almost exclusively fastballs, which the hitters will go back and we'll talk. We'll talk about what's his ball doing, how fast is it. So when you get that frame of mind that he's throwing 96, 97 mile-an-hour fastballs, you got to gear up for that. This inning, he's coming back, throwing a lot more changeups, and if you're not gearing up for a 97 mile-an-hour fastball, you're not going to catch up to it. So when they do that, they swing over the changeup like we've seen.
Counts 1-2. Howard, a guy that will accumulate a ton of strikeouts and a ton of walks in the course of a season. And a ton of homers and a ton of RBIs.
Those type of guys have always interested me. Jim Thome has led the league in strikeouts and walks a number of times.
Adam Dunn, 104 punch outs and 42 walks and a smash into right field. Second hit of the ball game.
I think we're lucky that stayed in the ballpark. This was an elevated changeup.
This should be fun because you got a fastball pitcher and a guy that when he gets something like this will hit it out of the park.
Matt Stairs has stayed around a long time doing what he's doing right now.
When he is done, he's going to ride off to the Canadian sunset. Actually lives up in Maine and is a hockey coach. But Canadian, 41. See the pinch hit home runs already this year. And a guy that Tommy and I expect will be joining the Men of Steel softball crew when he's done. He has that swing.
See, right here again. I was just about to say, do you think Mr. Stairs will be playing any softball after he retires?
He's coaching high school hockey right now in the off season, making sure they got the right guys out on the power play. There's Luis Ayala. "21 years a professional, 17 years in the big leagues." A guy that wasn't drafted, was on the Canadian national team, signed by the Expos as a free agent in 1989.
put together a great career. 258 home runs.
And if Nunez is not careful, oh, he got him. Pulled the string, change up, and a strikeout.
You see he elevated his fastball early in the count. Fastball by him. Fastball up. Another fastball by him. You see those pitches are up with a left-handed hitter. Change up out of the strike zone. And you get one over the plate right there. He's cheating to get to that fastball, and that Nunez's changeup is looking like a fastball out of his hand. He'll swing right over it.
Jason Worth now. So the Marlins have used everybody but John Baker. The Phillies have used everybody but Paul Bacco.
Also a catcher.
Howard's at first. 1-1. Well, the Pirates got a walk-off win in that ball game with the Giants. 2-1 in 14 innings. And I know the Giants are not in the East, but they're a team that Marlin fans should pay close attention to. They're the wild card leader, with the Rockies right on their tail. Garrett Jones hit a walk-off shot off of our good friend Bobby Howry.
He scored the only 2 runs in that game. 2 solo shots.
Worth fouls it back. Colorado tonight is in San Diego. That's where the Marlins are headed next. 5-1 Rockies up in the 5th. Into center, Cody Ross makes a catch. Leo Nunez with 2 scoreless yet adventurous innings. An interesting spot in their lineup. because you've got Jeremy Hermida coming up with a pitcher due up next. John Baker has a bat. It would be Hermida, then Baker, and then Ugla. And the lefty Air takes over for Durbin. Bends a curveball outside.
Baker, the last player on the Marlins bench. You got to think that if Hermida gets a hit right here, a starting pitcher might come up and try to bunt him over and get him into scoring position rather than burning your last player.
Your last player, who is your essentially backup catcher, though Baker's not a backup catcher. In this game, he is.
Right.
2-0. And Hermida lashes that one foul. And it would be a starting pitcher because you need Badenhop. You want to keep all your relievers available. Volstad was last night's starter. Johnson is tomorrow night's starter. They would be the likely candidates. But for that to happen, Hermida's got to get to first base. Drives it to center. Victorino makes the catch. Victorino has really turned himself into an outstanding outfielder. Gold Glove winner.
You see how shallow he plays. Kind of fits that mold of the great Gold Glove center fielders, Andrew Jones. Go back a little further, Marquise Grissom. Really played a shallow center fielder. They take away a lot of hits that are in front of them. And you really don't see that many line drives that can get over their head because they're so fast they can outrun those balls.
Where did Devon White play?
He wasn't real close, but he played in a little bit. But Devon covered so much ground with each stride. He was fun to watch. I mean, he kind of glided to the ball.
So it is Baker. Good start to July. Air misses. And the count now 3-0. Then it's Ugla. Then it's Coughlin. Charlie Manuel. He and the Phillies last night. A one-hit effort. Jamie Moyer went the first 7. And the tag team of Romero and Madsen finished. Tonight, Charlie's had to run through just about every reliever he has. Park, Madsen, Romero, Durbin, now Air. Baker trying to end it with one swing.
And this is about it. You know, you got Ugla up on deck, right-handed hitter. There's nobody warming in the Phillies bullpen.
Struck him out. Baker is rung up. Here's Ugla.
Going away. Pretty good pitch right there. Comes back from 3-0. 3-0 to strike out Baker.
So it's Ugla, his third plate appearance. Dan not in the starting lineup tonight. 0-1. Air misses out. Hamels was cruising, 5 innings, the rain hit, and it was into the bullpen. Chan-Ho Park gave up a run. Ryan Madsen was charged with 2. Romero made a brief cameo appearance and walked a man, screamed at the umpire. Charlie came and got him. Durbin an inning and a third, and Air has fallen behind to Dan Uggla, 2-1.
Look what Dan's looking for right here.
Not that.
He is looking for something center cut that he can end this thing with right now. And you could see the way that Ruiz was setting up on those pitches. He was giving them targets that were off of the plate, not even strikes. They didn't want any part of Dan Uggla right there.
Well, they figured they got a lefty on deck. Why not deal with the lefty? But remember, Coughlin homered against the lefty. He homered against Hamels. Two-hit night. That's the pitch right there that Coughlin struck out on. That finished the 8th. Marlins had the bags loaded after scoring twice. Oh, 0-2.
That's a questionable strike there. Coughlin is hitting 220 off lefties, 252 off righties.
One and 2. Uggla's at first. Four in the 10th. Marlins were down 4-1 in this one.
You don't want to characterize a game in July as a must-win, but when you've got a 4-game series with
the team you're
that's
chasing
ahead of you, it would be really nice to even out this series.
Well, when you rally to tie it and go to extras. Down goes Coughlin. On we go to the 11th. Marlins, here's what's at stake tonight. We told you the Phillies have been atop the East for a while, and now a 5-game lead with the win over the Fish last night. Braves smoked the Mets earlier tonight. The Mets have fallen 5 under and 8 out. In the wild card, the Giants were losers tonight in Pittsburgh. Burke Badenhop comes out of the bullpen. And the hopper throws a strike.
Kind of an interesting relief move here with Donnelly, Ayala still in the Marlins bullpen. Usually Burke Badenhop's a long reliever.
Hanley gobbles it up, fires to first. Well, one thing Freddie might be thinking here, and Mark Wiley is certainly in this decision-making process, so is Carlos Tosca for that matter, is you used Calero 2 nights in a row. Ayala and Donnelly worked last night. You got Sanchez available. You may need a guy to suck up a few innings, so why not go to Badenhop now? Because if you continue to mix and match, you shortchange yourself possibly on Saturday and Sunday. Here's Ruiz.
Well thought out.
And I'm just tossing out possibilities because I think a lot of times when managers make pitching decisions, it's not only about the game you're in, it's about the game tomorrow and the game after that.
And especially, like you mentioned, with a guy like Calero, who was on pace to pitch at about 100 games earlier this year. Finally, I think the stress got to his shoulder a little bit. He had to go on the DL. So you'd like to save him and the rest of your bullpen crew for the rest of the season.
For the rest of the series. And Badenhop has pitched well out of the pen.
Badenhop basically a sinker pitcher. I mean, he's going to throw that sinker. It's got enough movement on it that he can use it almost exclusively.
There's Lidge and Condrey in the Phillies bullpen. Badenhop, of course, coming up in the Tigers organization, coming over in the Cabrera and Willis trade. High pop, Cantu. 2 down. And I think Badenhop has really been a pleasant surprise. A guy that got his first taste in the big leagues last year. And we were talking earlier tonight about easier to get there than to stay there. I think Badenhop's a great example of that. A guy that got to the big leagues, had a little bit of success, but then had a lot of failure, went back to the minors and made some corrections, made some adjustments. And the next opportunity he gets, he seizes and has success.
Well, it tells you a lot about his makeup. You know, a lot of guys that make it to the big leagues, I think obviously they deserve to get there by the performance leading up to that point. If they don't succeed in the big leagues at the time that they're there and they get sent back down, a lot of them take it personal and go back down with a bad attitude, and rather than working hard and making corrections, like you said, to get back to the big leagues, they'll say it was somebody else's fault, or they'll blame it on something, and they won't ever make it back.
And in the modern game, Badenhop is almost a guy that falls through the cracks. Drive to center. Ross comes in and makes the catch. Badenhop works a 1-2-3 11th. Nicely done. have gone through their respective rosters. Clay Condrey comes in, and I'm sure Charlie Manuel will do a bit of a switch and put Baco in the pitcher spot, which is the 5 position, and put the pitcher in the catcher spot, Ruiz's spot, which is the 8th spot in the order. Speaking of pitchers, Clay Condrey, please meet and greet Emilio Bonifacio. Bonifacio a 1 for 5 night. The Marlins had a promising 9th going when Bonifacio singled. That was in the 9th against Chad Durbin. And then Hanley Ramirez walked. They had 1st and 2nd, nobody out, and didn't score, and Bonifacio runs up and takes a strike.
And you hope that Bonifacio keeps progressing as a player to know that he'll be comfortable to steal bases in that situation. He's definitely got the speed. I mean, you know, he's one of the fastest guys in the National League. If he learns how to steal bases, I don't care who's pitching. And at the time,
Durbin was, and he
was slow to the plate.
Slow to the plate, you're right. And he fouls it back to the screen. But as we talked about, that's the difference between a guy with speed and a base stealer. All right, now all bets are off because we passed midnight. Here's the 1-2. Clay Condrey, a sturdy right-hander, was on the disabled list with an oblique strain, and magically is off the DL. And he just missed inside. Bonifacio may have gotten a break.
That's been a pitch we've seen over the last few innings. Gone both ways. We saw a couple guys rung up on that pitch, called out on strikes, and others that called balls.
Sharp ground ball. Utley's out there. I'm not sure what Utley was waiting for. If he was giving Howard an extra second to get set at the bag, but he kind of hesitated. And with Bonifacio, hesitation like that could be costly. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
He moves down that line pretty quickly.
Hanley Ramirez drives it into center field. Now Hanley's aboard. So Hanley's second hit, and here comes Cantu.
Doesn't waste any time. He'll get me over slider.
Cantu was the hitter with runners 1st and 2nd and nobody out in the 9th. He took a 2-1 pitch right down the middle and then hit a fly ball to the left after he got 2 strikes on him. Hanley's at first. Howard holds him.
Baco behind the plate now, not quite as good defensively of a catcher. Doesn't throw as well as Ruiz.
Has been sitting on the bench for 10 innings.
To give Hanley the green light, let him go right here.
Ramirez with 13 stolen bases. Hanley's been caught, though, 7 times. Not the best of percentages. I think Baseball Prospectus did an essay last year on the stolen base, and it focused a lot on this Phillies team, who is so good in stolen base percentage. and that to make the stolen base a weapon, you really have to be at a 70, 75% at the very least clip. And the Phillies have been up in the 80s since Davey Lopes arrived. Anything under 70 and you're just running yourself out of scoring opportunities.
Yeah, Davey Lopes, longtime Dodger, great base stealer, student of the game. He picks up on those things like we were talking about with Ricky Henderson and some of the other great base stealers that especially rookie guys like Bonifacio might not see on their own.
Right back to the mound, and Condrey gets a double play. And in the blink of an eye, the 11th inning has passed. But don't go anywhere. The 12th is right around the corner. South Florida tonight. It's a 4-4 game. It's the 12th inning. If you're just rolling in from South Beach, or if you're just arriving at South Beach in one of the many fine establishments, it's 4-4, and it's the 12th. Rich Waltz, Jeff Conine. Did Frank go home?
I haven't heard anything about Frank.
I'm here, guys.
Oh, hey, Frank.
Still hanging with you guys.
All right.
I wouldn't abandon you.
Jimmy Rollins takes outside from Burke Badenhop. Frank, any news and notes happened in the last couple of innings? Anything that you'd like to chime in on? The hopper looks good.
Well, the one thing is it's so unusual to see managers use up all their position players. You really like to hold them back, but you know this is one of those games where, especially from Freddie's standpoint, I think you've got to pull out all the stops. You know, they need this win. There's no question about it. When you talk about being 5 games back, but there's 7 back in the loss column. Phillies have actually played fewer games because of rainouts and so forth. So it's interesting to see the wheels turn from both managers tonight.
Hey, for both you guys, I had started this just before the final out of the 11th. A guy like Badenhop in the modern day bullpens is almost a dinosaur, because you got your 7th and 8th inning guys and then your closer. Badenhop is kind of the old-fashioned long guy, which a lot of bullpens don't carry anymore. You know what I mean? Guys that can go 3-4 innings and do it comfortably.
Things are just so specialized nowadays. You know, you almost, Rich, I don't know about you guys or Jeff, but I almost kind of long for the old days when there wasn't so much specialization. It's like Jeff was talking about Jack McKeon. he would just go by feel, who was hot, that sort of thing, rather than, well, this is my 7th inning guy, this is my 8th inning guy, this is my closer, no matter what.
Well, this is Shane Victorino, and he looks like he'll be bunting. You've got Rollins at first with excellent speed, of course. Victorino, it's a fair ball, and Victorino hit it outside of the box. He should be out.
First base umpire's making the call.
Well, was he in the box or out of the box? Here comes Freddie. Victorino hit the ball twice. The ball was in fair territory. And it's a brief visit.
They're calling it a foul ball.
It's a foul ball. They definitely hit it twice. The question is, was he in the box or out of the box? Well, he's standing on home plate. Ball's up.
Oh, Paulino touched that ball, and then it goes. That's a live ball.
Oh, I'd like to see that again.
I thought it hit his bat a second time, looking at that replay.
No, well, look, it'll hit Paulino's hand as he goes to pick it up.
You know, it almost looked like it
look,
hit.
He hits his hand.
Yeah,
there it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know
That's
what?
a fair ball.
You know what, though? It almost looked like it hit Paulino when it came off the bat. Can I see that angle again? Watch where the ball goes right after it hits Victorino's bat. Does it hit Paulino and then kick into fair territory? No, no, no. Back it up. Now Victorino lays the bunt down, and Badenhop throws him out. So the sacrifice is in order, and Rollins is at second.
Number 26, second baseman Chase.
So here's what I was looking for. Watch the ball off the bat. Bang. See it hit the glove?
Paulino's glove.
So it's the correct call.
Wow, you're sharp as a tack. Especially after midnight.
I know.
Pick that up.
I know.
But was that what Jeff Kellogg was calling?
I don't think so. I think he was saying that it hit Victorino's bat a second time. And what we discovered, and it took us 3 or 4 looks before, you know.
That's a tough call to make.
Absolutely. A bang-bang play.
At full speed.
So Utley settles in, and now Badenhop is in a sticky situation because you've got Utley and Howard, left-handed bats, and Badenhop, a right-hander, sinker baller. Hanley's coming in to chat. Nobody in the Marlins bullpen. Marlins have gone through Pinto and Meyer, so both their lefties have been used. Calero and Nunez as well. And now Badenhop wants to make sure he and Paulino are on the right page.
You know what Hanley told him? He was standing right next to Rollins when he went back to his position.
Wiley's going to join this conference.
I wonder if Hanley might have noticed something at second base. Jimmy Rollins possibly relaying either location or signs from second base. Shortstop is usually he's standing right next to Jimmy Rollins, and he's about to deliver the ball. I don't know what's going on.
Look where Hanley is. He's standing in Rollins' way, almost like he's trying to block his view to home plate.
Utley hits a ground ball up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Ross picks it up. Rollins is going to score, and Chase Utley delivers. And so the Phillies have a run and the lead. And remember, they still have their closer, Brad Lidge.
Number 6, first baseman, Brian Howard.
So the Phillies have constructed a run here in the 12th. Howard has 2 hits. Marlins will shift over with Utley at first.
You see, Uggla doesn't get the luxury of going back on the grass like normal. He's got potential double play ball to turn right here, so he's on the dirt.
You see those numbers. Howard against Badenhop. 3 for 3 with a home run. Two and 1. Well, in this ball game in which both benches have been emptied, the Phillies have a run. Badenhop trying to stop this inning. Slow roller, Cantu, and Badenhop gets over. There's nobody at third, and Hanley has to scoot over there. Utley almost made a break for it. Boy, that call at the plate on the Victorino ball was pivotal in this inning.
Yeah, even though on instant replay, slow-mo, he actually got the call right, but when we look at it full speed, it's almost impossible to call that ball the way he did.
Here is Bacco. The other thing to consider here is that in the bottom of the 12th, the 4th place hitter is Burke Badenhop. And the Marlins don't have any position players to hit. So you either go with the hopper or you go with your best hitting starter. And the Marlins don't have a Micah Owings or a Levon Hernandez or even a Dontrell Willis to run up there.
I guess you'd have to go with JJ, huh?
Well, it's going to be Brad Lidge, so.
Number 28, right fielder.
Well, the Marlins are going to walk, as you saw, Bacco and pitch to Worth. Bacco is not a guy that has had a lot of at-bats. He's hitting just .214, and that's in 28 at-bats. And you've got an all-star in Worth.
Who is feasting off of left-handed pitching this year. Hitting .316 off lefties, only .234 against righties.
Badenhop misses. It's 1-1.
But Jason Worth can do a lot more damage with a swing than Paul Bacco can.
Two and 1. The breaking ball, 2-2. Phillies have a run here in the 12th. Base hit, right field, up with the ball, Hermida. Throw coming home, and it's not a good one. Utley scores. Well, the Marlins chose to pitch to Worth instead of Bacco. Worth now has 58 RBIs on the season. Bacco has driven in a total of 3. And that's about an 8-hopper to the plate. Here is Feliz. At the corners, still 2 outs. Hanley to second. Inning over. Phillies get 2. Marlins need 2. Here comes Lidge.
Changeup, inside changeup, cuts the lead in half.
But the Phils would rally. Jason Worth knocked in 1. Pedro Feliz knocked in another. It was a 4-1 game. The rain came. That essentially removed both starters, Hamels and Nolasco. Some big pinch hits for the Marlins. Ross Glode, a pinch hit single to drive in a run. Ronnie Paulino drove in another. And Wes Helms, off his sick bed, ties it with a pinch hit single. The Marlins had opportunities to win it, didn't, and the Phillies rally for 2 in the 12th. Utley and Worth doing the damage. So it's 6-4. Here's Cody Ross, and here is Brad Lidge. And Niner, we talked about it last night. Lidge has really had a struggle this year.
You see the ERA at 7.03, but 6 blown saves on the year, and you look at Lidge's numbers against the Marlins. 1 run he's given up in 21 innings.
Was on the disabled list with a sprained right knee. Missed a couple of weeks. Again, it's Ross, Paulino, Hermida, Badenhop.
So even though Lidge is having such a poor season in general, the Marlins players know, especially of recent memory, that Lidge is lights out against them, and that kind of plays with your confidence a little bit.
It does. It's 2-2. There's the career numbers against the Fish. Look at the ERA. in 23 games. 41 of 41 last year. Ross did not go. Full count, 3-2.
Good call.
Seventh reliever to work for the Phillies. Seventh.
Not quite the eye-popping velocity that you usually see from Brad Lidge. 92, 93, 94 so far. Usually a guy that's mid to upper 90s.
Ross hits a ball to left center field that Victorino has in his sights, and there's one out.
But when he's going good, Brad Lidge has probably got the best slider in the big leagues. It's a pitch that is devastating, doesn't even really throw it for strikes that often, but he gets so many swings on balls in the dirt because it looks just like his fastball.
Three hits for Paulino, and a fastball in from Lidge.
91 on that fastball right there.
Where the Marlins think back to that ninth inning in a 4-4 game. They had Bonifacio at second and Hanley at first and nobody out. But they couldn't even move Bonifacio from second to third. Marlins tonight 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. They'd love to get a couple in position. The problem is, after Hermida is the pitcher's spot, and the Marlins are out of players. Paulino walks. Now it's Hermida.
Number 27, right fielder, Jeremy Hermida.
So Hermida is up, and it's Volstad who's on deck. A strike to Hermida. Jeremy came into the ball game in the 7th, 0 for 2 since, 2 for 4 against Lidge.
You know, Lidge, his fastball is actually fairly straight. So at a 91 mile an hour pitch, I think he can be pretty aggressive on that and go after it. But, you know, the slider is what's the big equalizer.
Two and one. Two one coming. That's a strike. And it's 2-2. Phillies bullpen.
Looks like everybody went home.
Empty. 7th reliever to work. 2-2. Nope. Lidge thought it was a strike. Count is full.
Ball off the plate.
Paulino's at first. He walked him, and so it's Volstad who has to come up against Lidge. Mark Wegner, you could hear him airing out somebody in the Phillies dugout. That's been a constant clash tonight. It was at its peak when J.C. Romero was out there. And, you know,
do you get Volstead the bunt sign here and get two guys in scoring position rather than risk maybe hitting into a double play?
That's a good question. You got Ugla on deck, and there's one out. You don't have speed at second, and obviously you can't pinch run for Paulino. You don't really have, well, Hermita's not slow at first, but the important run is throw behind the runner, and Paulino gets back. The important run obviously is at first base with Hermita, down 2 in the 12th. Volstead is bunting, and he takes inside. Wow, it's 2-0.
I say give him the take sign, square around to the bunt, just pull it back. Lidge is obviously having a hard time finding the strike zone right now. And when he's had problems in the past, that's kind of been his MO. He loses that feel of his pitches. He loses control of the strike zone.
That's up, and it's 3-0 to Volstead. Just 6 strikes. So here's the 3-0 to Volstead. It's right down the middle. Take sign again, or you let him bunt a strike.
Well, you got to let him bunt a strike. Give him the attempt.
3-1 at the knees. Full count, 1 out.
Nice pitch there. Pretty good pitch. Right at the knees.
Three and 2. Volstead is bunting. Drops it down, nicely done. And so the Marlins at the very least now have given themselves a shot with 2 outs. And it's Ugla who comes up against Brad Lidge, who does not have his best control, who does not have his best stuff. Ugla has faced Lidge 4 times in his career, and he's 1 for 4 with 2 walks and a strikeout. Coughlin's on deck. Now, with the tying run, you got better speed with Hermita on at second. Ugla has walked twice and flied out.
You would think that Lidge will go to his money pitch. That's the slider right there. Pretty good one, that first pitch to Ugla.
8 long balls.
I would think with first base open, he's going to try to get him to chase whatever he can. There's another one.
Ball in the dirt, and it kicks away. Paulino will score. Hermita's at third. It's a 1-run game. Well, that's what happens when you start throwing sliders.
And that creeps into Lidge's mind right there. He knows with the down bite of his slider, if another ball gets away, that game's tied. He might elevate one here just to keep it out of the dirt.
1 ball, 1 strike to Ugla. The tying run with 2 outs in the 12th is 90 feet away. And it's 1 and 2. 1-2 coming. Fastball's low. So he showed him a fastball. Uggla has swung and missed at 2 sliders.
You would think that Lidge comes right back with a slider right here.
2-2. Slider, ground ball. Utley has it, and the Phillies win the game. The Marlins put 1 on the board here in the 12th.